Repeating now.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oi! What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings and salutations and fist bumps and all that. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Bill Squire will join us momentarily. Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
I have to imagine you are probably just drained today from the excitement at Yankee Stadium last night. Another huge Guardians win. I didn't see the game. I assume that's what happened?
Yeah, big time.
Oh, good. And you were there for the whole thing.
Yeah, I am dragging ass today, dude. I am so tired. It was such a cool experience.
So lay it out for us. Well, you texted the group chat that you ended up how much did you end up getting your tickets for?
$145.
That's pretty sweet.
And they were, okay, well, this is why I actually wanted to talk to Bill about it. Should we wait until he's back?
He's not going to be back for he's got some Zoom thing he's doing, so he said he's not going to be.
So I'm on record as being a seat snob, where I don't really like sitting far up. I'd rather watch it indoors somewhere warm than be like way in the back. So it was the last row. Okay, so everybody's been to Guardians, Progressive Field. Yankee Stadium is another tier higher than that. Okay, so they have a whole other section above where like the top of Guardians would be, top of Progressive Field. And it's a bigger stadium. But we got the first row of that section. So there's nobody in front of us. We're kind of on an overhang, and we are directly behind home plate.
Oh, cool.
So that was really cool. That I was like, if we were two sections either way, I don't think I would have liked it as much.
But you did, just to recap from yesterday, you did the thing where you waited, you got him on that app that sells him cheap once the game starts?
Yes. So we were looking at tickets. They were all in like the 200s. And then after the first pitch, within that first inning, the tickets plummeted. Right. Like went crazy down.
They got to unload them.
Yeah. There was a seat that I had my eye on. It was $1,200 directly behind home plate. Directly behind home plate, second row.
Yeah.
And I was like, let's do something stupid. And my buddy's like, absolutely not. And then after the game started, it went down to like $850.
I was going to say, that would have been...
And then it went down to $700.
You would have slit your own throat if you had spent $1,200.
But then it went down to $550.
Yeah.
Directly behind home plate. I was like, dude, we would be on camera the whole night. Like, let's do this. And he's like, Mary, I don't have a team in this game. Do you understand how hard it is for me to spend $600 on a game that I don't care who wins, you know?
For us, if it was like the Diamondbacks and the Angels.
Exactly.
Who cares?
Exactly. So we ended up going with the directly behind home plate, a little higher up. But it was a great view. You know, you could see balls and strikes. Like, you could call it. It was awesome. And the stadium is huge. It is insanely loud.
Yep.
Like one of the loudest sporting events I've ever been to. And I've been in the dog pound at Browns games, you know, like it was.
This is in the Bronx. For people who've never been to Yankee Stadium, you gotta
it's way up there.
Get your ass to the Bronx, yeah.
It was a 30-minute train ride north, and I'm right by the studios here in New York are right by Central Park.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty far up there. And then it was 30 minutes directly straight up.
It's up by the George Washington Bridge, right? Like you get off the bridge there, and Yankee Stadium's pretty much
I don't know about all that because we
Okay.
took the subway, so we
I
were
see.
underground the whole time. But it was huge. It was so much fun, dude. Their production value is crazy. And again, they're the richest team in baseball. So
Right.
they have the money to have the production. It was like you were seeing a concert with the way, like the effects they were doing, brand new scoreboards. At points, they would like black out the whole stadium and play these like hype, let's get rowdy videos. It was like, it was intense, but it was so cool.
I mean, going for a playoff game helps too.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And it was a night game, so you get
Yep.
that environment under the lights, which I think it's more dramatic, you know?
Right.
But it was really, really fun. And I will say this, when we were sitting there, I was like, I'm just looking around, I'm taking it all in. And, you know, the Yankees were winning pretty much, I think, the whole game. So I'm looking around and I'm like, dude, it is so easy to be a Yankees fan. Like, I'm looking around, I'm like, you have a good team with lots of money. They have awesome looking merch. Like, Yankees merch looks slick. And I'm like, what? You guys have never struggled for anything.
I mean, they had some lean years, but again, even
Okay.
if your team stinks, you leave and you're in New York. So, you know, you're like, let's
Right.
go do something else, whatever.
Right. So, hold on, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, it went away. It went away.
She looked right into the sun, even though there's no window in
Oh,
there,
man.
and it went away.
No, but it was, I'm very glad that I went. It was
No, that's
an
cool. I think that's awesome.
experience.
Yeah.
And that stadium is, for a baseball, it's enormous.
Did
And
you
it's
stay
so
till
loud.
the end?
Yes, and they
Yeah,
all
okay.
sing New York, New York together. Did you know this was a thing?
Yes.
I didn't know that was a thing.
It's like Take Me Out to the Ball Game at any other park, but they're going to do New York, New York.
Well, they did take me out to the ball game during the 7th inning stretch,
Right.
which is across the board. I think everybody does that.
Yeah.
But then after the game was over, you just hear that bum, ba-da-da, bum, and everybody's dancing. And then it was a very cool moment because all together, however many thousand fans were like, stars spread in the news. And I'm like, this is cool. Like,
Even if you're a Guardians fan, you're going to sing New York, New
you
York.
have to. I was like, I didn't want to, but I felt myself like chiming in.
Well, you do live there now.
It was such a cool experience.
Doesn't Yankee Stadium have a Hard Rock in it?
I don't know about that.
Yankee Stadium, maybe it's out. I thought they had it in the stadium, but maybe it's out.
I don't know about
It's like
all
a
that.
Hard Rock right over there. There, you know, in case the team stinks. But yeah, that's up there.
But I will say this. Yankees fans are spoiled. They're so spoiled because, like, I think his name is Aaron Judge.
Judge, yes.
Aaron Judge.
Very good player.
He cracked a home run.
And the Guardians have been looking like the friggin' bad news Bears out there, too. So that doesn't help.
So Aaron Judge cracks his home run because we were in the game. The Guardians were in the game until that. That's when they went up 6-2.
But that was pretty early, too, I think.
No, that was like the 7th inning.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he cracks that in like the 7th inning, and that's when people started leaving, is when they were up 6-2. And I was getting kind of annoyed. I've never left a sporting event early. I'm one of those people who I'm like, unless it is I really cannot recall a time that I've been like, screw this, let's get out of here.
Even if it's a blowout?
I'm trying to think. Maybe.
Because a lot of people in that situation are just trying to beat the traffic. I mean, there are a lot of people who are taking the subway, but, you know, it's like I'm usually somebody who stays to the end of a game. But if it's a
You never
blowout,
know.
I'm
You
like,
never
let's just get the
know.
hell. Yeah, you don't know. You know, but if it's 9-3 and it's the bottom of the 8th, I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, it's
Yeah,
time
yeah.
to go.
So people started leaving. Yankees fans started leaving around. I think that was the bottom of the 6th or the 7th when he hit that, and then they started leaving after that. So it was emptying out toward the end of the game. But
Were
it
there a
was
lot
really
of
cool.
people who were openly decked out in Guardians gear?
No.
It was
Well,
a sea of
it's-
Yankees fans, probably.
It's such a big stadium. Like
Yeah.
I can't get over. I don't know what the capacity is. I don't know if we could pull it up.
But you didn't see other people in Guardians gear.
I probably saw 10 people.
Okay.
So this says 52,325 is
There
the
you go.
capacity of Yankee Stadium. What is Progressives is like
25 or 30, right? Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I was like, it felt 34,000. So
34,000.
20,000 extra people. I was sitting in there. I'm like, dude, this place is friggin' huge. But yeah, it was maybe 5%. Guardians fans. You didn't see a lot. We actually saw one group of guys get kicked out, a group of Guardians fans, a section.
Guardians fans got kicked out.
A section behind us. We didn't know what was going on.
Getting belligerent.
But we start hearing yelling, chirping back and forth, and we look behind us, and there's 3 Guardians fans, all young men, 3 Guardians fans standing up screaming across the aisle at these 3 Yankees fans.
Yeah.
So these guys are going at it, and then the whole section starts to get into it. They're the only Guardians fans.
Noises!
Yeah, they're the only Guardians fans in the section. So then the whole section is teaming up on them. So now this whole section is like booing and chanting, and the 3 Guardians fans are standing their ground. Like, they look ready to fight 70 people.
Right.
And then,
because to Yankees fans, Cleveland might as well be Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So then it starts spreading section to section. And before you know it, there's like 7 or 8 sections all yelling at these 3 guys.
Like the Wave, but with screaming and punching.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. Nobody threw any punches.
Yeah.
But it got to the point where I think I don't know how it started, but I think security was just like, it's going to be easier for us just to take these 3 guys out than to calm down these 500 people. So they ended up throwing those 3 guys out.
It'll finally end of its own volition. Everybody will get tired of it. And
as the 3 guys are getting thrown out, they're still screaming. The one guy's yelling at the security guard. He's got his hands behind his back. And I
didn't do anything.
I know, yeah. All the sections start the na-na-na.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, goodbye. And they're like flipping people off, But
it was a good time. It was money well spent. $145,
absolutely.
Pretty good.
And that's what my buddy Nate Craig, who's a comedian, we were talking about it. And we were like, in New York, it is very difficult to go a full day. Like, if you're visiting and you're not cooking at home and stuff, it's hard to go a whole day without spending $100.
Of course.
So, like, to spend $100, we're probably all in for food and drinks, $250.
Because you're not drinking beers.
No.
Do they have near beers, or what are you doing?
No,
Just eating a dog and a Coke?
I had a Mountain Dew. I had an $8 Mountain Dew and
$8.
an $11 sausage.
Beautiful.
So, yeah, we're between all that. And then I took an Uber home because I was like, it's late. I don't want to mess around on the subway.
Yes.
I'm decked out in Guardians gear. Everyone's drunk.
Yep.
So I took a $50 Uber home. I was like, it feels safer
That's
for
worth
me
it,
to
too.
do this. And it was like almost midnight that I was like finally getting out of the stadium. So I just took an Uber. But yeah,
you don't want to get on the train in the Bronx and you have to go all the way to
by myself.
Yeah.
So all in for $250 to witness. Again, we lost, but the environment, a legendary stadium, it was a very,
That's awesome.
very cool experience.
It was a playoff game, man.
Yeah.
Guardians aren't there playing October ball every year.
No, and that was the other thing.
And they're
I'm
almost not going to be playing for much longer, so at least you got to see them.
What was the last time I would have had this opportunity? 2016? You know what I mean? Every 8 years, I might get a chance to do this. So
sure.
It was very, very, money very well spent.
Well, the Guardians come back home tomorrow night. They play 3 games at Progressive Field. And to say that they've got to start winning some games is obviously an understatement. So we will be doing a short show tomorrow. We will be live until 4:30. And then Yankees-Guardians, Game 3, tomorrow afternoon on MMS. Play-by-play coverage with Mary Santora.
Hi outside.
Hey, everybody. He's got 2 balls on him.
2 balls and 1 strike. We'll see what he's going with. A changeup. So good?
Yeah, it's really good. Now a word from Mountain Dew. All right, let me take a break. I got more money for you. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You got 4 of these keywords coming from me this afternoon, about 30 past the hour, so 2:30 is that next one. We'll talk to actor Danny Trejo later on. He's got a new movie coming out this weekend. We got Mayor's Science Fair later on. A lot of things I want to squeeze in today. So if you want to text for anything, 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas,
You can now watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu right now.
All right, you guys are up for a party, I can tell.
You'll see the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, The Weeknd, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
Thank you to iHeart and everything for having us.
This is the only time you will see a lineup of superstar performers like this on one stage on one night.
Get louder than ever.
See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu right now.
This is Sarah Spain from Good Game with Sarah Spain. Ever wanted to bet on sports and wondered, how do you get started? DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, are making it easier than ever. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app, select a sport like NFL, select an option like TD scores, pick who you think will score, and place your bet. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code LADYLUCK. That's code LADYLUCK for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5, only on DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas, 21 plus, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/ftball.
Hey Cleveland, this is Jason and Dana. Are you fed up with crazy expensive cell phone bills that barely give you enough data to stay connected with your crew? Let me tell you about Simple Mobile's new limited time deal. You can get 15 gigabytes for $25 every month. That's 3 times more data than before. It's that simple.
Let me also mention that if you qualify for Lifeline, you could be eligible to, and get this, 15 gigabytes for $15. You heard it right. $15 gets you 15 gigabytes if you qualify for Simple Mobile Lifeline, a government assistance program. If you're enrolled in programs like SNAP or Medicaid, you may be eligible.
2 great offers from America's simplest wireless service. Visit an authorized Simple Mobile store or find a store near you at simplemobile.com.
Offer valid for a limited time, only at authorized retail locations. New customers only. Requires new activation with external port-in or new number. Taxes and fees may apply. Lifeline cannot be transferred. Limit 1 per household.
Hi, this is Chris Marhofer from Marhofer Chevrolet in Stowe. Looking for an upgrade? Now is the perfect time. We've got an amazing lineup of over 300 vehicles. We're about giving you options and saving you time and money. Right now, get a new Equinox for as low as $299 a month for 24 months. Visit us in Stowe or shop online at ronmarhoferchevy.com. Experience the Marhofer difference. Let's drive together at Ron Marhofer Chevy.
25 Equinox for $299 a month for 24 months. $29.95 due at signing, $10K per year plus taxes and fees. MSRP of $31,080. Plus if qualifying credit, take delivery by 10/31/24.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Kevin Moret for Mentality Men's Health. Do you feel like a shell of yourself? Weak? No results? No respect? Join over 20,000 men we've helped in Cleveland. Face-to-face consultations with custom treatment plans. This is real change. Go to lowtusa.com and enter code FORCE. Don't settle for being average. Fix your testosterone and reclaim your power with Mentality Health. The time is now.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education,
We're just going to sit here and talk about him, and we'll get into the types of dudes. Is Randy Moss a stud or a freak? Is Tom Brady a dog or a dude's dude?
We're going to find out, Jules. New episodes drop every Thursday during the NFL season.
Listen to Dudes on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Dudes on Dudes to start listening.
When the world just seems too crazy.
Gaze into the eyes of a child, because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, you want to give me a text? 35192 to do that. I got more money for you here in about 5 minutes, closer to 2:30. Next keyword for you to grab a grand, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So make sure you got your ears peeled for each and every one of these, because you get them about 30 past the hour. Got a handful of Brian calls I'm going to play for you throughout the show. See if you can guess the songs he's trying to sing. Got to talk to actor Danny Trejo a little bit later on. He's providing a voice in a cartoon movie, kids movie, called, the hell is it called? Gracie and Pedro? Something like that. Pets to the Rescue. And he's no stranger to voiceovers, of course, in cartoons. Very distinctive voice. He was on Rick and Morty. He's on a lot of kids' cartoons. That's good money, too, boy. When you can get I know you've been trying to do that.
I have.
You get a cartoon voice in anything, make a little bit of extra scratch. Cavaliers play tonight. Your Guardians are not back in Cleveland until tomorrow afternoon to play Game 3 against the Yankees. But the Cavs against the Pistons tonight. Still preseason action, but an opportunity to kind of see what these guys are doing. Cavs are 0-2. The Detroit Pistons are a little bit better than that. They were a terrible team last season. The Pistons were the Chicago White Sox of the NBA. But they're at the Little Caesars Arena tonight. Cavs, Pistons in Detroit. We'll roll today around 6:30. Get your pregame coverage underway. First tip-off at 7 o'clock. I have to transition now between first pitch and tip-off.
Different.
First tip is what I like to call it. First tip at 7 o'clock tonight on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. We have relatives who live in Asheville, North Carolina. My wife's aunt and uncle. And they were all in Michigan a few weekends ago. She had gone for another one of her cousins who were getting married. And her aunt and uncle were there. They were in Michigan when that hurricane blew through. What was the one before Milton? Helene. When Hurricane Helene was the one that tore through the Carolinas there and just kind of laid waste to a lot of parts of that state that people didn't think would be affected because Appalachia, it's much higher elevation. Anyway, Asheville really got. So they didn't know what the hell they were going back to. And as luck would have it, when they finally did get back there, they had power, but they had no water. And most people in Asheville, as of today, and we've got bureau chiefs there, they're probably way too busy to be checking in. I haven't heard a couple of weeks from anybody in Asheville, but just the people in our family. Still no water. Jeez. So on the one hand, my mind goes, well, power accounts for a lot. So you've got power, but water,
you can't shower,
obviously you can't do anything.
Pee,
There's businesses that can't be open. Yeah, you can't. And they're telling people, they're like, look, we're trying. There's so much that goes into this, and we're really trying to get that infrastructure up and running again. But it could literally be months before the bulk of the people there in Asheville have full access to those kinds of, I hesitate to even call it an amenity. It's not really, it's a necessity. Access to necessities like that. And so we are in a time now where even the weather has become politicized. And you see more and more stories about like TV weather people, meteorologists, not so much locally, but like people who are on national television, getting death threats because of all of the hurricane and weather-related conspiracy theories. Milton and Helene came through one after the other. So people who had been, flattened by Helene really had no time to kind of get up and running before Milton came through. They're already tracking more storms off the eastern coast of Florida that could blow through the southern part of that state. And so when people like Trump and MAGA types get out there and go, oh, all that FEMA money is going to migrants and illegal immigrants and all this nonsense that's quantifiably false, then, of course, A to B to C, you end up with a situation like FEMA in North Carolina, which is trying to help people get things up and running again. They had to put things on hold because there were armed militias running them out of where they were trying to help.
Well, yeah, because they're controlled by the liberal media.
There you go.
Don't you understand?
Because FEMA used to go, I think the SOP for them used to be door to door, right? You'd go through, hey, what state is this? Your house, whatever. And now FEMA's like, well, we're kind of just setting up fixed locations when people can come to us. That's not really the way it's supposed to go. They've got the National Guard there too, but the National Guard was running into good old boys, our local militias who said that they were out there hunting FEMA, which sounds like a lot of fun when, it's really got to be some cognitive dissonance if you're a guy in one of these militias who really needs help because your house doesn't have power or water. And you're like, well, there's people here to help, but I got to get out there and hunt me some FEMA. So,
but can you imagine FEMA workers like we're just trying to find water, guys.
And that's what these people are saying. These people are like, look, I'm just
trying to get bottled water.
This isn't the X-Files, man. FEMA, we're not. There's been, decades and decades of all this right-wing hooey about FEMA setting up concentration camps and all this crap. And they're like, we're just trying to figure out what people need. We're just here to help. And they're underfunded, and that's not coincidental either. They're underfunded. There's a lot of people who work for FEMA that are like, they're spread too thin. Like, I can't do, and as these storms come through with more severity and more frequency, they're going to be stretched even thinner. So I guess they arrested one of the guys who vocally threatened them. There was a guy with a handgun and a rifle, said he was out hunting FEMA. Some 44-year-old dude from some jerkwater town in North Carolina. And they scooped him up. But those people are out there trying to, kind of help people get up and running again. And there's only so much they can do. I mean, they can't rebuild your house, right, if your property has been destroyed or whatever. But our relatives who live in Asheville, which is a beautiful part of the country, a lot of that town has kind of been laid to waste. And so our family members, they have power, but like going on 3 weeks with no water. So I don't know how you do that. When those storms came through, the tornadoes that blew through where I live this summer, we had, and a lot of people in this area did. I was kibitzing with people who were living in other parts of Northeast Ohio that didn't have power. I had an appearance that weekend, and I was just chatting with people, and they were like, yeah, we don't have power either. Some people had generators, and that was only 5 days. We had water. We just didn't have power. So, to that degree, you're kind of like, it's kind of like camping. It sucks. It's inconvenient, but whatever. It'll be fine. The trucks will get out there. Something like this. They're like, yeah, we don't have water. Can't take a dump in our own home. I got money for you. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Somebody wins every hour, and I hope it is you, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Deposit. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, I'm sure somebody has corrected you. The capacity of Yankee Stadium is 46,000 people. Isn't that what you said? What did you say?
52,000 as of 2024.
There you go. 52,000. And that's not even one of the top 5 or 6 capacity ballparks. Ironically, I think the biggest MLB ballpark in the country is where the Oakland A's were playing.
Well, because
and that team just left the town.
Because that was also a football stadium For
Is that where the Raiders played too?
Yeah, there was the Oakland Coliseum, so it was gigantic.
That's like 60,000 people at the Oakland Coliseum.
In 2022, they added standing room only, extending the capacity from 46,000 to 52,000.
There you go. Dodger
Bill.
Stadium, Coors Field, Rogers Center, that's where the Toronto Blue Jays play. And Chase Field, those are all your biggest fields.
Bill, you missed it. I sat up high behind home plate, and I really enjoyed those seats.
I told ya!
Even being a seat snob,
Yeah.
being directly behind home plate.
That's what I was saying. Like when you're off to the side, it's different. But when you're
That's what I said. I said if we were even one section left or right,
Yeah.
I would have been pretty upset. But we were dead center,
Yeah.
first row, so there was nobody in front of us.
Mhm.
We were up against the glass, and that was pretty cool.
That's a good
I would
seat.
have preferred to be one section closer, same seats, but for $145, it was pretty awesome.
Well, tickets are much cheaper now for the Cleveland game.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
Alan, my tickets for tomorrow night's game are $150 each, and they're in the last row of the upper deck.
Dude, sell them and get on that freaking app, that Game Time app. Hashtag not an ad.
Or just sell them
Or
and
just sell
watch
'em.
the game from home.
Dude, so my buddy here on Z100, Josh Martinez, he's a Yankees fan, diehard, like tattooed Yankees symbol on
Born and
his
bred.
arm. Yes. And we were chatting before the show about the game. He swooped up because he gets like the on sale pre-codes or whatever, pre-sale codes.
From the Yankees, yeah.
From the Yankees, because his family's been buying them forever. So he got Game 7 tickets. If it were to go to Game 7 for the World Series, he bought them already. And if it doesn't go that far, then you just get your money back
Yeah.
for $1,500 each. Okay? Like section 330. So a section below where I was. So not all the way in the back, like third section up. He said they were $1,500 each. I said, so if you were to go to the World Series, like Game 7, how much would these tickets sell for? And he was like, it depends. He's like, if we're playing the Dodgers, there would be no Game 7 in Yankee Stadium because they have home field advantage. He goes, but if we were to play the Mets, he goes, if it was New York versus New York to 7 games, he goes, I could easily make $20,000 a piece on these tickets. I was like, get the hell out of. He's like, I am not
He's
kidding.
not joking.
He's like, I am not. He's like, there is money in this city and people are dedicated. He's like, it doesn't get a bigger rival than 2 New York teams.
Yeah.
Game 7. He was like, I could make a year's salary on these 2 tickets alone. I'm like, that's crazy, dude. 20 friggin' grand? Get out of here.
Have you talked? Didn't Josh Martinez do radio in Ohio for a little bit?
Dayton.
Have you talked? Okay, there you go. Because I know he voice tracks, like he's on, my buddy's on Top 40 Station in Chicago. I think Josh is on there too, but he's on in
he
Dayton.
voice tracks
Okay.
to Chicago. His wife and daughter are still in Dayton.
Ah.
So he kind of did a similar thing what I did.
Oh, he
for
just
radio.
he just left Dayton?
His daughter's 1. So
Oh, wow.
I don't know if they met when he was on in Dayton and got together and everything, and
Does he
then
know
he
Dick?
moved out here. But does he what?
Does he know Dick
from
Oh, he
Dayton?
might. I don't know.
You should ask him.
Yeah,
Hey, do you
show
know
your
Dick
video.
from Dayton?
But yeah.
Does this sound familiar?
But I'll come. How about that?
Oh, come on. But yeah, he said he swooped up Game 7 for this series, and those were only like $400 each. And then Game 7 for the World Series, he paid $1,500 each that he said he could sell for $20. I don't know about all that, but pretty crazy stuff.
Well, people love the Subway Series. I should say people in New York love it. Nobody else cares
yeah.
when it's Yankees-Mets, but media likes it. They'd much rather have that than anything else, any other permutation. I got more Brian, if you want to guess what he's on a bit of a kick today. I don't know that you guys will know these songs. I knew them pretty quickly, but
You're as perfect as gold. You think it comes so naturally. I couldn't give a damn or two for a fool like you. That's true.
I have no idea what that is.
No clue.
he's singing Ozzy. If you're not an Ozzy fans, probably picked that up immediately. I don't know if he had Jake E. Lee on the brain. singing the song off The Ultimate Sin.
You're as perfect as gold. You think it comes so
It is
natural.
Ozzy Weekend. It's Ozzy Weekend.
It
so,
is
yeah,
Ozzy
he's
Weekend on the Buzzard. He is kind of slaughtering the lyrics, but he's having fun with
Perfect
it.
as gold. You think it comes so naturally. I couldn't give a damn or two for a fool like you. That's true.
Yeah, Fool Like You off The Ultimate Sin, Ozzy Osbourne. It's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame weekend. And if you look closely, you'll see all of us there at the Romo Fijo. Oh, wait, no, you won't. But we are doing, that's off The Ultimate Sin, of course. And we're doing the big Ozzy weekend. Doing Ozzy double shots at the top of every hour. He's already in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with Black Sabbath. But he'll be getting in as a solo artist. Can't believe it took Ozzy this long to get in as a solo artist.
Yeah, it's a little crazy that it's, he's in his, he's like 78?
Something like that. Yeah.
Like, all right, we'll let Ozzy in.
When people refer to the Mount Rushmore of rock stars, I think a lot of people would think of Ozzy Osbourne. But he was on an Ozzy kick.
And when did he start his solo stuff? Probably the mid-70s?
1980, I think, was his
80?
first
Okay,
solo
all
album.
right.
Yeah, I think Blizzard of Oz was probably 1980. He got fired from Black Sabbath, and he said, I'll show you. And then he went, and again, Ozzy is, God bless him. He's never been an amazing singer, but he's got that, whatever.
He's got the right voice for
the
what
joie
he
de
does.
vivre.
Yeah.
He's got that X factor.
They say I worship the devil. They must be stupid, all right. I'm just a rock and roll rebel.
Rock and Roll Rebel, another great
They
Ozzy
say I
song.
worship the devil.
Yep.
They must be stupid, all right. I'm just a rock and roll rebel.
God, I remember when the first couple of Ozzy albums came out, and he went on like one of those first solo tours. And we were camping out to get Ozzy tickets because I don't know if it was that first tour, but they used to run these commercials where you could, Saturday camp out in front of, we had Sam Goody locations or Marshall Fields, which was one of the big department stores, but they had Ticketmaster box office, and you'd camp out back in the day. And then when the ticket window would open, you'd get up there, and they were playing Rock and Roll Rebel all the time. The tour we went to see Ozzy, it was a band called Motley Crue.
What happened
that
to them?
nobody had ever heard of. They kind of
Did
faded
they
into
make
relative
it?
obscurity. I don't know that I've heard anything from them since, but Motley Crue was opening for Ozzy Osbourne. And, of course, a lot of stories came from those tours. Motley Crue was a band that apparently felt like they needed to one-up Ozzy at every turn, and in a lot of instances, they did. He's probably like, who are these whippersnaps who also want to snort ants with me? That sounds like a lot of fun. But Brian on an Ozzy kick and, of course, doing the big Ozzy weekend. Hall of Fame weekend. The Romo Fijo. They all get in Saturday night. I got a break. I'll have those Kerry King tickets for you. Slayer not in the Rock Hall. But they should be, quite frankly. Kerry King going back on the solo tour. That will bring him to Cleveland on January 31st. He's going to play the House of Blues. If you want to go, I'll hook you up coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
going to go see Carrie King. Slayer got back together to do a handful of festival dates. Did Riot Fest in Chicago. I think they were doing, I don't know if they're doing Sonic Temple. They were kind of a back and forth. Had the itch again, but Carrie King was already out doing a solo thing with his band. You might have seen him this summer here. He opened that Lamb of God Macedon show. And he's coming back after the first of the year for a show at the House of Blues with Municipal Waste and Alien Weaponry in the opening spots. It's going to be a good show, especially a venue the size of House of Blues. Very loud, very fun. Friday, January 31st is when it's going to happen. Ticketmaster.com will have all the other details. Want to go see Carrie King? You and a pal. Call 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I had Carrie King on the Metal Show about a month ago. We do a show called 2 Hours to Midnight here on the Buzzard. When we're not being preempted by sports ball, I think we should be okay. Well, we'll be preempted this Saturday if there's a Game 5. Do you think there'll be a Game 5?
I hope so.
Well, yeah. I certainly hope so. But we normally do it at 10 o'clock. I got the whole thing laid out for Saturday. You want to hear what I'm going to be playing, Mary?
Well, why wouldn't I?
How do you feel about a band called Mass Punishment? How about a song?
It's going to be a mass punishment in my ears, but go ahead.
How about a song called Hunting Maggots?
Even better.
From the band Living Gate.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to play a lot of, since it is Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction weekend, we're going to be playing a lot of music from bands covering Rock Hall artists. Bands covering Judas Priest and Metallica and Ozzy. We're going to play a band called Mammoth Grinder. Brand new stuff from them. A lot of throwbacks in there, too. Very, very exciting if you're a metal fan. 2 Hours to Midnight is our show. Saturday nights at 10 o'clock on the Buzzard. Cavs tonight. They're in Detroit. It's preseason, but if you're a basketball fan, you've been waiting for it. So 7 o'clock is tip-off tonight from the Little Caesars Arena. 6:30 pregame. And then the Guardians back home tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday at Progressive Field. And they got to start making some moves. Maybe that home field advantage will truly be that. Because they got to get something going. So that'll be a short show for us tomorrow because pregame starts at 4:30. We'll be live up until then. Going to talk to actor Danny Trejo in a bit. I've got some unconventional prison mail.
Ooh.
In a bit. We'll get to Mayor's Science Fair later on. You have one of those prepared?
Mm-hmm.
You want to give us a tease?
Bats.
For Halloween, right? Yeah. No, I understand.
Or baseball.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Which one is it? You'll never know. Find out at 4:20.
Hey, okay.
What a tease.
Hey. The science of baseball bats.
Yay.
Or.
You Johnnyville Slugger.
Yeah. I was flipping through Cleveland Magazine, as I am wont to do. And I noticed, you ever heard of DeLand Brass Band? The Cleveland Magazine has a list of like local Northeast Ohio bands to keep your eye on. And there's one called DeLand Brass Band. And they do like kind of a New Orleans thing. They played, friends of ours celebrated their 10th anniversary last year. And they had them play in their backyard for this party. And they were so good. And I'd never heard of them before. But then I saw them pop up in this article in Cleveland Magazine for people who read Cleveland Magazine. And even if you don't read Cleveland Magazine, it's still in there. It's not going to be something else just because you don't read it. But I was flipping through because I like to know what's happening on the stages in and around Northeast Ohio. And I'm not familiar with any of these other bands. But I'm sure that they're probably skilled in whatever it is that they do. But for people who like to stay abreast of those things, it's worth looking into. Money spent on the Guardians, Alan, is money never well spent. That is from
disagree.
Chef Jeff. Well, yeah, you can't tell people how to spend their money, right? For $1.45, that sounds pretty good to me.
It was a good night.
Yeah.
And you're having fun.
Solid night. Yeah, a lot of fun. Most fun I've ever had losing a baseball game.
Right.
It'll be hard to top for a losing Cleveland game. You can come here and see it anytime. But there, amongst all those fans, even if the Guardians won, you would have had to have kind of gotten out of there quietly, right? Yeah. That's the last thing you want is if Cleveland had killed it there at Yankee Stadium.
So many people were like, Yankees, even Bill yesterday, Yankees fans are trash, they're terrible people, they're mean, they're this. They were all very kind. Like everyone.
I was playing it off.
I know, but no, I mean, Brian was legitimately concerned. I had a lot of people who were like, dude, be careful. Like, they were fine. Everybody was normal. Nobody, like, talked smack. No, I mean, we were also losing, but they were, like, it was a very normal sports interaction.
I think it's really one of those things where if you're a jerk, then it will ratchet it up.
Yeah, if you're a drunk dude who's being belligerent, I mean, I know there are certain fan bases that get the lion's share of the vitriol, Philadelphia fans and Boston. New York fans and Boston. It's like drunk idiots are drunk idiots everywhere. They might be drinking something different based on where they are, but there's no fan base that's any more aggressive than any other. Really.
And I feel like the aggression's mostly pointed towards football fans right now anyway.
Well, it's a contact sport.
Yeah, but the fans, I mean, just every week there's a big fight. There's that Ravens fan walking around just knocking the dude out. Mm-hmm. He got fired from his job, and they're pressing charges, and he's going to hopefully end up in jail. He's got a rich dad, it looks like, so. Ugh.
That always helps.
Yeah.
That's what gets you to the point where you feel comfortable walking around punching dudes out.
Yep.
My dad will take care of it. Gesundheit. Even though I'm a grown-ass man, my dad will get me out of it.
Alan, Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening back to the podcast from yesterday still, and you guys moved on to talking about sports teams and whether or not victories is going to change a fan's life. Well, you mentioned the White Sox pretty often about how they're losing, it's a historic losing season, and every time you mention it, you do sound a little depressed. If they were winning, you might actually be a little more positive about the situation. You might be happier. Could actually alter your life slightly. Hate the show. Bye!
When you leave a talkback message, you get 30 seconds, and I like when people just burn out the timer with bye till the very end. No, listen, everybody's happy when their team's winning, but it's not going to change your life. All my other teams this baseball season, finished under 500. Last in their division. I mean, the White Sox way last, but like Blue Jays, the Pirates are my National League team. All of them under 500. All of them last in the division. My B team is in the playoffs. It's not changing my life. But the White Sox won the World Series, and it was great. It was exciting. Did not change my life.
But you are also a casual fan compared to the people that live and die for this.
Nevertheless.
And so there are people that
you're not going to convince me it's going to change their life.
It will.
How?
Because their life is the sport.
But how has their life changed? You're never going to meet.
The happiness level is higher when they win.
For a week.
No, not for a week.
There's
people that are still living off of victories that they didn't even participate in for years.
Right. I'm not talking about nostalgia. I'm talking about changing your life. We are not even offered.
It's an aspect of their life. It changes their life because it brings them happiness and joy. Again, you're looking at this, I feel like, from a purely like monetary standpoint.
No, it's got nothing to do with money.
Well, then
nothing to do with money.
Then their happiness and joy that they derive from the pleasure they get from the team winning and the nostalgia that brings is life-changing to them.
Life-changing.
Life-changing, yes.
I'm not even offered tickets by the Guardians. And we're their FM flagship radio station, right?
You're over here like, it's not that important. Well, am I going to be happy if they win? I'm not going to give you free tickets with that attitude.
Well, why not convince me? What better way to convince me?
What am I going to go to a baseball game and smile?
I love baseball games. I love going to baseball games. I go to half a dozen every season. Love going to baseball games. You're not going to convince me that winning the World Series didn't change my life. Didn't change my life.
Again, you are not
doesn't matter.
You're not the sports fan that lives and breathes it.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Those crazy fans haven't had their lives changed either.
They absolutely
They've got some
have.
great memories. They're like, I was in the crowd. You were in the crowd for the Cavs parade, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it was great.
Great.
What a great time. Changed your life?
Yes.
Nope.
Absolutely.
How?
Because I have that memory forever.
In what measurable way?
In what measurable way? We don't have to have a measurable way for this.
Well, change by definition is usually
is
fundamentally a shift in some kind of state of matter. Yeah.
That's the reason that my life's so great.
Is because the Cavs won.
Because the Cavs won, and I was at the Romo Fijo when they won, watching with all the fans.
Yeah.
And then I was at the parade, and it changed my life. It
was exciting to watch them win.
There was a crash on 176 on the Jennings that would have definitely killed me if I had actually gone to work that day. But because
divine intervention, fate, the Cavs won, so Bill didn't die. See that?
Well, that is literally life-changing.
There you go.
If you want to connect those threads, that is literally life-changing.
Want to? How could you not?
Yeah.
Life-sustaining.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He owes the Cavaliers his life, is what you're saying.
Like breast milk.
Wow. Like a Final Destination type thing.
Correct. And they're still trying to get me, and you're never gonna. Oh, eventually, well, that's
Death.
how life works. But
That is how life, eventually, it comes for us all. Anyway, thank you, Rich, for the message there. All right, I've got some unconventional prison mail. This was sent to me by a listener.
Dear Mama, shouldn't have did what I done. Dear Papa, getting caught with a gun. Sitting here writing down letters of hope. Praying every night that I just don't drop the soap. Dear Alan, read my message today. I'm in prison.
So this person emails me and goes, hey, I know this family. And the story is out there. And maybe there would be some people who would be interested because she's cute. And I go, okay, well, let me look into this then. There's a woman named Shayna Hubers who was doing life in prison. She got incarcerated when she was 21 years old. She's up for parole. She's doing life. She's up for parole in 2032. There's simply no way to know how many years from now that is. But she's incarcerated at the Kentucky Correctional Institution for Women, about a half an hour outside Louisville. Kentucky Correctional Institution for Women. Where I have to imagine their motto is, where the abbreviation for Kentucky is always in demand. Anyway, this woman murdered her boyfriend because he tried to break up with her because he was going to go on a date with Miss Ohio.
Okay.
She's in prison. Her on and off boyfriend, Ryan Poston, he was 29 at the time. She was 21. And he wanted to go on it. Good looking dude, both of them. She's cute too. Still young. And she called 911 after shooting him 6 times in the face, back, and torso. She said, I killed my boyfriend. She told the cops she said that her boyfriend had been very vain and that I finally gave him the nose job he wanted by shooting him in the face. Well, 2 juries found her guilty of murder, and so she was sentenced to life. Miss Ohio at the time was a girl named Audrey Bolt. So 12 years later, she has since married and divorced a trans woman who was in there with her at the Kentucky. And apparently this person who wrote me knows this family and said, hey, she's got a profile online and she's trying to connect with people because now she's looking for love. And I don't know that I feel compelled to help anybody
what's
out.
What's unconventional about this, by the way?
Well, because we used to read letters that people would send us. People would mail us letters from prison and go, hey, I'm in here. They'd send us drawings. Remember they used to draw like Erica's boobs or whatever?
Yeah.
Poems, yeah, all kinds of. The envelopes always come smelling like Pall Malls, and you know. And this girl is cute, but you know she did kill a guy. She's 5'9". She's brunette. She's just looking for love. And she doesn't want to be known as the girl who murdered her boyfriend, but she did.
You don't want to be defined by one bad day.
Are we all going to be defined by our worst day ever? And, of course, she's got all kinds of conspiracy theories about why she was convicted and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, she's eligible for...
Conspiracy theories and why she's convicted. And she pretty much admitted to it. And
well, what do they always say? You won't. Everyone in prison is innocent, right? They'll tell you.
Lawyer screwed me.
There isn't one guilty person in prison. And so out there outside Louisville, Kentucky, at the Correctional Institution for Women... listen, it goes both ways. People always think it's crazy when these women write these love letters to guys in prison. Goes the other way, too. There's no shortage of horny guys who would become a pen pal with some young, nubile convict. Even if she was, everybody thinks they can change somebody. And she's not going anywhere. Remember when Costanza was dating the woman in the prison?
That was the dream.
There was no pop-in because he always knew where she was going to be. Only became a problem when she broke out. So the person who emailed me, they're in Kentucky. I don't know if they didn't really get into great detail about how they know any of the people involved, but they did send that to me in lieu of actual prison mail, which I think that system has converted largely to email. And those are filtered.
Email.
We don't get them that much anymore. We don't. I couldn't tell you the last time that we got a handwritten piece of prison mail. We used to get it all the time. But anyway, she's in there and she's looking for love, and so guys go crazy.
For some guys, it's drugs. For some, it's a knife. One dude shot his dog for banging his wife. Dear Alan, read my message today. I'm in prison.
Still sad about that dog.
He died doing what he loved. All right, I'm going to talk to actor Danny Trejo here in a few minutes. I'll have more than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with him. We'll get to Mayor's Science Fair later on, too. I'll come back here. Want to join us for the 25th anniversary of Disturbed's The Sickness? They're going on tour. MMS presenting Disturbed at the Romo Fijo in March. You'll be sitting on these tickets for a minute, but you'll have them. I'll hand those off after the break, and then 3:30, a little bit further than that, another shot to get $1,000. I'll have that next keyword for you from the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio's Alter Ego 2025.
Presented by Capital One.
Saturday, January 11th.
In Los Angeles.
Featuring
Incubus.
This is Brad from Cage the Elephant. We are pumped to rock out at Alter Ego.
Alter Ego. With the Lumineers.
So show me family.
Glass Animals.
St. Vincent, Fontaine's, D.C.
The Head and the Heart.
Monoskins, Damiano David.
And The Offspring. Keep listening to win your trip to Alter Ego before you can even buy tickets.
Starting October 22nd at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other awesome experiences before anyone else for 48 hours only or while pre-sale supplies
of dude. Is Randy Moss a stud or a freak? Is Tom Brady a dog or a dude's dude?
We're gonna find out, Jules. New episodes drop every Thursday during the NFL season.
Listen to Dudes on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Dudes on Dudes to start listening.
It's time to give stuff away. Ooh, time to give stuff away.
All right, WMMS presenting Disturbed, the Sickness 25th Anniversary Tour. 2 sets, 1 show. They will do the Sickness in its entirety. And then they'll do all the, I guess, greatest hits, right? Disturbed's got a lot of them. Disturbed with special guest Daughtry and Nothing More. They've got a rotating cast of support on this big tour. And in Cleveland, we'll get Daughtry and Nothing More. It's Monday, March 31st at the Romo Fijo. Tickets, info, everything else, you want to go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com or win them from me. Be caller 10. You got 2 for Disturbed in March. See you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I was reading a story about a woman who got really, really sick, and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with her, and they were doing all these tests, and she had some bacterial illness or something. And it was as simple as the fact that the woman never washed her water bottle. And so now I'm like,
what I said about the Brita.
I'm super vigilant about, what did you say about the Brita?
I said that I thought it was weird to just continuously refill your Brita and never let it get completely empty and then refill it, or wash it out and then refill it.
Well,
And
that's
you guys-
different than never washing it, though. We were having the conversation about should you wash it every time you refill it, and I didn't think that was necessary.
Wash
But
it like
never
once a week.
washing it
Yeah.
would be strange.
Wash the water bottle every other day and wash the Brita pitcher about once a week.
But again, to your point, I got to be more vigilant about washing my Owala bottle. Yeah. Owala. That's right. Hey, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, I'd like to know where you are. Jim listens in Charlestown, Rhode Island. Brian's in Hoboken. Justin listens in Brooklyn. He's in Bay Ridge. Rob and Lisa are in Yelm, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest. Michelle's in Altoona, PA. Chad's in Thibodaux, Louisiana. And Lexi listens to us at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. Talking to actor Danny Trejo here in a minute. He's doing a voice for a new cartoon film that is out this weekend. It's called Gracie and Pedro, Pets to the Rescue. This is a typo, what they sent me. What they sent me was Gracie and Pedro, Pete to the Rescue. I'm like, what a convoluted title that is. No, it's Pets to the Rescue. It's like the presser I got from the IX Center, their big announcement for IX Trick or Treat Street. You know, they do that big trick or treat thing over there at the IX Center for Halloween. And the headline had a typo in it. Cleveland's Sook-tacular tradition. I assume that means spooktacular. They just left out the P.
No, it's souk.
What is souk?
It's a candy.
It's a Korean candy, and it is delicious. It's equal parts sweet and spicy.
The full term is souk ma balls.
BillSquire.com for tickets. Where are you performing this weekend?
Canton
Hey!
on Saturday, Cambridge, Ohio on Friday night, and those tickets are almost gone.
Cambridge, Ohio.
Down there
It's
in
the
Cambridge.
gateway to the southwest of Ohio. Is that what? Southeast of Ohio. I was reading a thing this morning that season 17 of Always Sunny in Philadelphia is beginning production as we speak. Here's a show that they never thought would get picked up. They never thought it would continue past a few seasons, right? This was back when these guys literally shot a couple of scenes on a VHS camera and shopped it around. A real low-budge situation, and FX grabbed it. And season 17 is beginning. Now, not everybody is into Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Some people have fallen off. I'm one of those people. I need to return to it because I think it's undeniably a funny show.
Yeah, I made about 7 or 8 seasons, but I mean, now there's 10 more seasons that I haven't seen.
Right. How far back should I go? They've confirmed that there's going to be an Always Sunny in Philadelphia crossover with this show Abbott Elementary. Does anybody watch that?
It's like huge. I don't watch it, but
it's a huge show, but I get why people like it. I just can't get into it.
Yeah.
But those shows are both set in Philadelphia, obviously, so they're going to be a crossover show. And obviously everybody's done other things. Danny DeVito, he hasn't done much. He's the guy that does the Jersey Mike sandwich commercials.
He was in the new Beetlejuice.
Well, thanks, Mary.
It's not a spoiler.
I didn't know it.
It's not a big part of the story. He plays janitor.
Janet?
Yeah, he plays Janet.
Janet Tor.
Janet Tor. Mm-hmm.
So, Caitlin Olsen, she had a show called The Mick that was pitifully short-lived. It was funny. She's got a new show now where she's a genius who solves crimes. It's like this old... Is anybody watching High Potential? Mm-mm. It's kind of funny. It's just like a procedural crime show, but she plays this single mom who is also quietly a genius, kind of like a Good Will Hunting kind of vibe. But it's like a standard network procedural crime show. And I'm like, it's entertaining. I thought it was a show about pot.
Yeah.
It's called High Potential, but she's a high-functioning IQ, So they've all done other things. Like Rob McElhenney has a show on Apple called Mythic Quest.
Love that show.
That's a great show. He's got Welcome to Wrexham, that soccer thing with Ryan Reynolds. Charlie Day does movies. Glenn Howerton does movies. He was in that BlackBerry movie that was way better than it needed to be. They made a movie about the invention of the BlackBerry, and it was him and Jay Baruchel, and it was really entertaining.
I listened to Charlie Day's episode of Smartless.
Yeah.
And it bummed me out how serious he was.
Why?
I
what
don't
do you mean?
know. Like,
that was a long time ago.
I was just, this was a while ago.
Yeah.
I was driving and I put it on. I love Charlie Day. And then I think what I realized is that I love the character he plays because he was almost somber on the podcast.
Really?
Yeah. He was like very chill. You could tell he took himself and his career extremely seriously. Like just the way that he talked about it. I was
really?
like, this is not the same guy.
Oh, I don't remember that episode.
Yeah,
I'm sure I
don't think I've
listened
seen
to
that
it, but I don't
episode
remember
because
that.
I've also seen him on the Always Sunny podcast, and he's pretty silly with those guys. So maybe it was just in that interview he was just really wanted to project a certain thing. But I feel like when he
still had like he was still getting lines off and saying funny things, but it was not
you wanted
the
to
character.
You wanted to be borderline mentally challenged.
Psychotic.
Yeah, like Charlie's.
I mean, 20 years ago when these guys did a pilot, I mean, obviously 20 years ago, these guys looked like they were in high school when they did Always Sunny, when they were shopping it around town. No, I think Charlie Day, he just directed a movie. I think he's probably a guy that doesn't want to get pigeonholed as some crazy dopey dude. I mean, he was in Horrible Bosses. Those were huge movies.
He was Luigi in the Mario movie.
Oh, right.
That's a big movie.
Yep. He tried to do. There's been a couple movies that I think they thought were going to pop off, and they didn't really. The after school fight movie with Ice Cube, whatever that. What was it called? Fist Fight. What was the one where he and Ice Cube are going to fight after school? Fist Fight is what it was called. Yeah, they're like teachers, and the plot of the movie is we're going to meet after school and fight. And I don't know. He was in Pacific Rim. Remember that was going to be a big thing too. They were going to make 12 Pacific Rim movies. And then people were like,
They made 2, and the second one was so bad.
I didn't see either of them.
I saw the first one. I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of fun. And the second one was just dog crap.
I've got money here for you. It's $1,000. You get it once an hour. Keyword courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You got plenty of this to hand off, so I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I'll talk to Danny Trejo here in a minute. After Perez Bilden yesterday, speaking of podcasts, I listened to Seinfeld on Tom Papa's podcast. He's got a podcast called Breaking Bread because he bakes.
Mm-hmm.
And we played a clip of him saying, I need to take back when I said that the radical left is ruined comedy or something. And he goes, that was silly. It's not true. But another thing that he mentioned, he goes, and the other thing was something that I never said, but people think that I said, so it's the same thing. That he doesn't do colleges anymore. Did you listen to any of like that?
No, I just saw that one clip and then made the joke about him
being
ashamed of B-movie.
Right. Right. But again, I'm a Jerry Seinfeld stan till the day I die, right? I mean, I think he's like the...
Then what are your thoughts on B-movie?
It's... Same as Unfrosted. I watched Unfrosted and I was like, I feel better knowing that he doesn't care if people like these projects. He does them because he likes them. He gets them made. Once they're done, they're done. He's not paying attention to reviews, doesn't care. He's like, this is just what I think is funny. And he's got such a zen attitude to the entire thing that I think that it's so instructive and so useful. So I look at him almost like a zen master. But he was talking about, he goes, everybody said that I said I don't do colleges. And he goes, A, I never said it. And B, I do them all the time.
Number one of them I didn't say, but people think I did, so it's just the same. I said I don't play colleges because the kids are too PC and you can't do comedy for them.
Right.
Not true. First of all, I never said it, but if you think I said it, it's not true. I play colleges all the time.
Right.
I have no problem with kids performing for them. In fact, I was just at the University of Indiana, Kentucky. We did UT. I mean, I do colleges all the time. So that perception that I don't play colleges, wrong. I do. I play them all the time, and it's not a problem.
Do you think he's in the lunchroom like Mary?
Yeah, he's just standing on the cafeteria floor, screaming at people while they eat.
My thought was, are kids into Jerry Seinfeld? Like, I don't know how popular Seinfeld would be with the college set in the first place.
I think it's just one of those things where the school's like, we're bringing in Jerry because we want to bring him in, and the kids can just enjoy it if they want to.
Really?
And it's probably open to the public as well, because they'll put them in arenas.
Yeah, it's like a theater on campus or something.
Yeah, and I mean, I saw Mulaney at Kent State, and they had him in the basketball arena. So there was like 6,000 people there.
I see.
So I imagine it's a similar thing to Seinfeld. Like, the tickets were open to the public.
You'd think one or two students would have posted, saw Jerry Seinfeld at my school, you know, posting about every other goddamn piece of minutia. You think he'd post about that? Hey, this guy my dad is into. Played our school. Let me talk to Danny Trejo here.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
I don't have to tell you who Danny Trejo is. You hear his voice in cartoons and voiceovers, and he's had a long and illustrious film career. Danny, how are you?
Hey, I'm blessed, man. I got friends like Alan. How you doing?
I'll tell you what, brother. I don't know what 80 looks like, but it sure doesn't look like you. Right?
We're doing pretty good, man.
Man, you are doing pretty good. I watched, for the 4 millionth time in my life, I rewatched Heat a couple of weekends ago. It's easily one of my top 5 movies of all time. Yeah. And that cast is so stacked that I actually, for a split second, forgot you were in it. And then I was like, oh, right, Trejo's in this. I think you used your own name in the movie, too.
Well, the reason was because Michael Mann did a film called The Jericho Mile in Folsom.
Yeah.
And when he was filming in Folsom, he had all the African Americans and all the Caucasians, but none of the Mexicans. And you can't have a prison movie without Mexicans.
Yep.
wait a minute, is that race? No, that's true.
It's okay to hit your own group, right?
But so he wanted to know what was wrong. And they told him, you got to talk to the shot callers. So one of them was my uncle, Gilbert. So he talked to Gilbert and made friends with Gilbert. In fact, he won't admit it, but he paid Gilbert SAG wages while they were shooting that movie.
Yeah.
To keep everybody in line. And so they did the film. So when I showed up on Heat, by accident, hey, Gilbert. And I said, no, I'm Danny. Because I'd done a film with him before. Then we talked. And he couldn't, my uncle had died of an overdose. So he was really like taken. And then he changed my name 3 times in that movie. Changed the script 3 times. The whole script was changed. And finally, he asked me if he could call me Gilbert in the movie. Gilbert Trejo, my uncle.
Yeah.
Every time I look at you, I think of Gilbert and I lose my train of thought.
I remember maybe just once or twice in the movie, De Niro refers to you by name and he just calls you Trejo.
Yeah. Yep.
So this new movie, we just saw, I took my daughter to see another movie a couple of weekends ago, and they had the trailer for Gracie and Pedro to the Rescue on the front of it, and I just kind of give her the look, and I go, yay or nay? And she's like, yeah. That's not always the case. You got to get kids pretty quickly with these trailers, but you want to talk about a stacked cast. I mean, for a film where you guys are doing voiceovers, it's you and Bill Nye and Susan Sarandon, but it looks like a really sweet thing.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It is a really good movie. I love doing cartoons, because that's a whole new audience, and people will recognize you. And kids don't have a filter; they'll scream it in an airport.
Oh, sure, yeah. No, I told my daughter today, I said I'm going to be talking to Vasquez from Big City Greens, and, she knows exactly what I'm talking about. And, kids will, I just know from doing this for a living, it's weird when people will pick you out just from your voice.
Right.
And yours is so distinctive.
Kids see, now it's just like Vasquez, you hear it across the
Yeah.
airport.
If nothing else, Danny, you are an entrepreneur, you're a Renaissance man, not to put too fine a point on it. But you got a lot of irons and a lot of fires, don't you? Staying busy.
Restaurants, and we opened up one in London, which is on Portobello Road, and it's doing awesome. We're opening up one in Detroit. I want to do that like a House of Blues.
Yeah, sure.
You going, and then I started a record label. I got a singer called Coda the Barber, and he sings like Richie Valens.
Nice.
Yeah. It's perfect guy, man.
So let's just take the restaurants for an example. I mean, obviously you have business partners, but you're the name behind it. Do you show up with like a comically large scissors and cut a big red ribbon, or how does that work?
No. I show up with a shopping bag take home
from your own place.
But you know what? It's so funny. I used to send guys to not spy, but to order food to make sure they liked it and stuff.
Yes.
And my staff, Dad, everybody that you send looks like they're going to rob the place. Would you please?
Yeah, they're not exactly blending in, is what you're saying, into the woodwork. Yeah, they can't pull off the secret shopper vibe.
I've never gotten a bad report. It's like, hey, you know what? The food's great. So
I know your life could have its own film coming up in L.A. and your family and how you came up and the hardships and the successes and whatever. Were you ever Daniel to anyone, or were you always Danny?
That was always Danny.
Always Danny. Sometimes Gilbert in a movie.
Trejo.
Yeah.
Inmate.
With a bunch of numbers. You had numbers at one point? Yeah. Well, you're doing fine, man. Sometimes, you know what they say, the only way out is through. And I think you did it, man. Gracie and Pedro, Pets to the Rescue is a new movie. It's out on Friday. Danny Trejo, you will immediately recognize his voice along with a lot of the other A-listers in this film. Continued success, brother. It's a thrill to talk to you. I'm a big fan.
For the grown-ups, we can go see 7 Cemeteries.
Beautiful. When is that out? Same weekend?
That's out now. That's streaming, or I don't understand that. It's on the little box on the TV.
We'll look for it and we'll find it.
Okay. Cool.
Gotcha. Thank you, pal.
All right, on.
Take care.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with somebody on the phone.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Grover's Morning Glory.
Playing a game to try and get Jeffrey money for his car repair. Charlie's going to try and read a word in Jeffrey's brain that he's thinking about.
Find me! Let it go, Jeffrey. Let the word go.
It's 2 words.
If this is right,
If this is right, he gets
$1,200. Oh, my God.
He's thinking about gay sex.
No.
You just lost the money.
I know, but that's what I wasn't thinking about.
If you just say that you were thinking of gay sex, you get $1,200?
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
And if you weren't thinking of gay sex, you get $0. But if you just...
Nice try, Charlie.
Grover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
Hey, it's Rover for Universal Windows Direct. Fall is here. It's the perfect time to replace those old, drafty windows before winter sets in. Universal Windows Direct backs up their windows with a true lifetime warranty. That means as long as you own your home and 20 years to the next homeowner. And for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. That means buy 2, get 2. Buy 4, get 4, no limit. And 0% financing for 60 months. Call Universal Windows Direct, 216-243-6648 to schedule your free in-home estimate, 216-243-6648. Or go to UWD.com. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
There's a shocking new government report about the border crisis Sherrod Brown created. According to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, almost 500,000 convicted criminals have entered our country illegally, including nearly 30,000 found guilty of murder and sexual assault, including rape in their home countries. Now they are spread out across America because of Sherrod Brown's policies. But Sherrod Brown says,
I don't hear a lot about immigration from voters.
That's because Sherrod Brown doesn't listen to voters anymore. And while our safety is being jeopardized, Sherrod Brown is making sure illegals get taxpayer-funded benefits, like health care for illegals who get amnesty, Social Security, even COVID relief checks, all paid for by you. 31 years in Washington has changed Sherrod Brown. He's not for us anymore. He's way too liberal for Ohio. American Crossroads paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. AmericanCrossroads.org.
Hey, it's Charlie for Classic Chevy. This October, fall into savings at Classic Chevrolet and Mentor. Get a great shopping experience with a hassle-free process and rock-bottom pricing on their new and pre-owned vehicles, and get the most for your trade-in. It's truck season, baby! Right now, you can lease a 2024 Silverado for just $399 per month, or a 2024 Equinox LS for $259 per month. That's Classic Chevy and Mentor. You can check them out online at driveclassicchevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Leases are with $29.99 due at signing, 10,000 miles per year, and plus tax, title, and fees.
Kowalski! Yeah, Coach? You gotta lead a winning drive all the way to a better love life!
I'm sorry, what now?
Your love life, son! Go on offense!
But I'm doing online dating.
Well, stop! Half of online daters lie on their profiles. Change the playbook to It's Just Lunch. Know how many of their members go on real dates? 100%! Now get back in the game!
You got it, Coach!
Change your dating game. Visit It'sJustLunchCleveland.com or call 216-328-9026 today. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits with guaranteed dates.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Pickup truck, sports car, motorcycle, minivan, townhouse, two-story, farmhouse, fixer-upper. What you drive and where you live is different for everyone, so it's important to have insurance that fits your needs and is just right for you. At Shelter Insurance, we understand that, which is why our agents help you design a comprehensive auto, home, and life insurance plan. Insurance that fits just right. Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com to get started. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you? Okay, bounce dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
I'll be honest, I'm really worried about my kids and grandkids. I never thought we'd be facing a national abortion ban in this country.
That's Kim. She lives in Cincinnati and is a grandma to 6.
If something happened to my family, I'd want them to have all the help they need. But with a national ban, they'll have nowhere to turn.
Bernie.
Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey. It's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
All right, only 10 days away from opening night with your Cleveland Monsters. Get back into a hockey frame of mind here in Cleveland. Monsters are going to host the Rochester Americans 1 week from Saturday. That's the 26th at the Romo Fijo. The first 5,000 fans through the door get the long sleeve Monsters shirt. ClevelandMonsters.com. Best place to go all season long for tickets and info and everything. 4 tickets right here, 2 pair for you. Monsters Americans on Saturday the 26th. Cold Steel on Ice. Good luck, caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
There's something I want to say to you.
If you're not completely satisfied with today's show,
I will only be checking somewhat satisfied on our comment card.
You're not alone.
This is the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Charlie Brown music just put you in a good frame of mind.
Sounds like Christmas.
When you hear the Vince Guaraldi trio. Yeah, it's all kind of variations, on that. He definitely had a style. But this is, it's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. The Christmas music, a little bit more singing going on. But that Great Pumpkin. I didn't realize how viral that video went from Bay Village. This is like across the street from my kid's school.
The pumpkin blowing
the
down the
runaway
street.
pumpkin, yeah. I saw it pop up on the BBC's website. Runaway pumpkin blocks road in Ohio. I don't know who the people are who live in this house, but every year they put up these massive inflatables that you practically got to get some guy wires on to fasten them down. Christmas time, they'll have the giant reindeer and the Santa, and on been there for a couple of days, and then when those storms, the wind came through, and the video that a lot of people saw was the Bay Village police trying to get a hold of the thing, and the first guy on the scene there kind of gets swallowed up by this giant inflatable. He's just trying to wrangle it. It looks like when Mr. Pitt was in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade and couldn't get the Woody Woodpecker balloon to stay up. But, so, this video is making the rounds locally. I had no idea that it was going international. But they finally wrangled that pumpkin there, and I don't think that there were any, thank God, I don't think that there were any casualties reported when that pumpkin got away from those cops. But, the people who are feel compelled to put up giant inflatables on their front lawn. I mean, there's work that goes into that. Some people will hire a company to come out and do that. But the people who get really into their Christmas decorations or any kind of holiday decorations, you might run into that. Weather gets weird. Next thing you know, your Santa is across the street on someone else's roof. That's what you don't want.
Oh, that's my Santa.
Well, then you got somebody else complaining because your dumb thing is in their yard or up on their roof.
Just the trials and tribulations of those who love celebrating,
There's a billion ways to celebrate. This is not about celebrating. It's about drawing attention
to your inflatables.
To your inflatables. That's right. Plenty of people who celebrate, and they're a bit more reserved about it. And that's fine, too. There's nothing wrong with it, but that pumpkin got away. Hey, Bill in Lakewood.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. They're on social media, the jokes are, and you live in Bay Village, they want to know why the policeman didn't tase the pumpkin or actually, shoot it, because Bay Village is known to be a little overreactive on incidences.
It was an orange pumpkin. It wasn't black.
Well,
so.
I will say this, though. I think I don't know. I don't know how overreactive Bay Village is. I haven't had the only run-ins I've had with local constabulary or when I've been, doing 90 through a school zone, and they, for some reason, they're laser focused on me. But I don't know that I don't know that there's that much. Obviously that's a stereotype for affluent communities, but I don't really see a whole lot of that. My favorite story over the past couple of years were the local residents who complained about the statue of Jesus that they thought was a homeless guy on a bench.
Oh, yeah.
This was an art installation that was going to different places, and it was in Bay Village. This was big news, too, at the time. And some local residents complained that they thought that there was an unhoused individual lying on a bench, and it was outside of, I think, the Unitarian church there, and it was the art piece was Jesus on a bench. And, of course, these people fell exactly into what the piece of art was supposed to convey, which is, how would you treat Jesus if he was on the street? And, of course, they treated him exactly the way they would. That's why when people talk about Jesus coming back, I'm like, if Jesus came back, he'd be beaten or lynched or, so don't give me all that if Jesus comes back nonsense. But now I'm rambling, Bill.
Yeah. No, that's an excellent ramble because that doesn't surprise me in the western suburbs, that kind of attitude. Now, I have driven through your beautiful suburb and got in, a ticket for having my light bulb out in my left turn signal. So, doing speed limit everything, so...
Yeah, I haven't really, people, I'm not living in one of those hospital-sized houses on the lake. There are plenty of people in my neighborhood that are like regular people, man. They're doing their job and they're living their lives and I'm not really.
There's regular people everywhere, Al.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not, I don't, I guess I'm not in the mix when it comes to the really affluent people in my community causing a stink about things. But
now, years ago, your neighbor Rocky River community, the mayor, you were not allowed to have a blow up a sign or anything more than 3 feet tall, including businesses, if you can believe that. And then they finally, some guy had a giant skeleton. He actually took it to court and won so he could leave it up.
I mean, our own Mary Santora is a former Rocky River resident.
Yes.
Really? Oh, that's right. She was a apartment dweller.
Yeah, she was living under Bozo's roof.
A slum apartment.
Did they treat you any differently because you didn't have a mansion, Mary, and you were an apartment dweller?
Everyone in Rocky River just puts their pants on one leg at a time. And even the millionaires are like us. Like Alan. He's a millionaire. He's just like us. So we could all learn something,
Al's a hard-working man. He takes the million out of his pocket before he puts his pants on.
Yeah.
How about all that?
I wish I were a millionaire, Bill. Okay, hey, thank you, Bill.
Yes,
all right, there's Bill in Lakewood. Not to be confused with our own Bill in Lakewood.
Yes.
Bill Squire.
Right.
I've got more Brian for you.
Okay.
All right, this is partially percussive. Again, I don't think that this is a song that you guys will know, but I think some people in the audience will know the song.
Step inside and you will see deep inside my brain.
What?
Yeah. Metallica fans will recognize that song. A cover song, Metallica did a series of covers a long time ago. The Garage Days album. They did a song called Crash Course in Brain Surgery. Great original song by a band called Budgie. Great cover version by Metallica. And again, Brian is on shuffle. Someday we'll get the Carpenters from him. Other days we'll get Ozzy and Metallica. He's been a bit heavier today than he has been in the past from us.
Step inside and you will see deep inside my brain.
Great song, Crash Course in Brain Surgery. Fantastic. I don't know if Metallica does these live anymore. Because, they're doing Sonic Temple and they're doing that M72 tour, and their big hook is 2 different nights, 2 completely different sets. I have to think that they work in some of those Garage Days covers. But thank you, Brian. I got a few more from Brian that I will breadcrumb out to you a little bit later on. One of them, he's way off the reservation. It's a song nobody's going to know. I only know it because I'm a full-on nerd. But I'm mostly fascinated with how his brain, he's casting such a wide net. So either these are songs that he's listening to randomly, or I don't want to think too deeply on it because that might ruin the mystique. We've got some kids' corner.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
There is, I got this from one of our bureau chiefs in the great state of Colorado, a teacher who has been suspended, a teacher named Rebecca Roetto. She's a high school teacher, and now her career is on the line because she was drawing cartoon penises on student papers.
Come on.
And
what grade? Kindergarten? What
high
grade?
school.
Oh.
High school teacher.
No.
She's just trying to be the cool teacher, man.
Was it like out of that many penises? You got a 3 out of 5.
Well, she tried to turn him into butterflies. So let's mentally walk through that, okay? I mean, if you're a kid, there are a variety of ways you can draw a butterfly. If you kind of do the rudimentary butterfly, you just might make it look somewhat like a 4-leaf clover with antenna, right? But we all remember the butterfly that you might draw where it kind of had a thorax in the middle. I don't know if that's accurate, but it would look like a little sausage with wings.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds like maybe what she was trying to pivot to.
But it had balls.
Yeah, you don't put the wings in the right spot, it's going to be balls.
Fairview High teacher Rebecca Roetto drew the images on at least 10 student papers. School prints, and it's always the kids who wrap the... What are the kids doing? I'm sure they probably just think it's funny, so it's not... They probably didn't even think they're ratting anybody out. But the principal comes storming down and asking her about it, and she says, oh, these are butterflies. After she agreed to stop drawing them, a student reported that she had drawn a penis in their yearbook. And the school board determined that this constituted sexual harassment.
Oh, come on.
Well, here's what
all the actual sexual harassment that goes on.
I agree. But what I would like to envision is that she drew really uncomfortably anatomically correct penises.
Like real veiny and stuff.
And then tried to turn those into butterflies. So not like the kindergarten, but butterflies. She's like, oh yeah, these are just butterflies. And they're like, no, there's no butterfly that is that veiny. But the students are coming to her defense. They're like, there are real problems at this school, and she is not one of them. She is the kindest, most supportive teacher that I have had. It just so happens, in this instance, that she was drawing peni on people's yearbooks and papers. One of her colleagues said, it was a mistake, but should her 20-year career go down in the drain because of it? Absolutely not. And she's been a strong advocate for improving school culture. She was probably just trying to be funny, but again...
Also,
you gotta know that's gonna freak some kids out, especially in high school.
And you can't just draw the penises. You gotta draw vaginas too. You gotta include everybody.
Or at least boobs,
Boobs too? Not on the penis butterfly.
Maybe.
Give the butterfly nipples. Why not?
Boobs.
Yeah.
A big old busty butterfly.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look at that. Like a Russ Meyer film.
Yeah, butterfly's got some tickle bitties. How's it gonna even fly?
Mm-hmm. It seems like evolution would have worked that out, but...
that's not evolution. That's God's plan.
Parents are suing a school because their kid used AI to write a paper, and he got a bad grade. The kid said he only used it for research, not to actually write it. Of course, this is something that, a lot of schools now are contending with because AI is going to render... I don't know how you'd grade papers anymore. I mean, they're going to have to run them through some program that determines if AI was used because kids are going to default to typing in a couple of keywords, here's what I'm supposed to write my paper on, and submit. And AI will kick it out. And AI is getting better every day. This is a school in Boston, a high school. Their son got a bad grade on a paper, and they said it's because he used AI, and they didn't like that. And the parents are suing because they said that they have unfairly punished their kid for this.
They told us that our son cheated on a paper, which is not what happened. They basically punished him for a rule that doesn't exist.
In my lay opinion, they violated his civil rights. They treated him and punished him more severely than other students.
He got a perfect score on the ACTs, and he's looking to go to Stanford or MIT or some of the top schools, and he's missed the opportunity already for rolling admissions.
You can't undo the Saturday detention that you gave him, but there are some things that you can fix right now and do the right thing.
Saturday detention?
Those are the worst.
I mean, if you got those in the 80s, you'd be in a movie. That's as bad as it got?
But if even if he used the research, he just used the AI for the research, it sounds like he did a bad job writing the paper.
Yeah, they're like, he got a perfect ACT and he's going to go to Stanford. Why didn't he just write the paper then?
Yeah.
Right.
Everybody's looking for the shortcut.
But also, why use AI for research when
you're smart?
It's also it's just as easy to use Google.
Right.
Right. And then why sue the school? Like, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Try to figure them out.
And how do you sue the school over a potential to get into these schools? Like, they still could not let him in. It sounds like, this is annoying.
Yeah.
Those are annoying parents.
A rule that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Well, it does exist, and it's probably somewhere. There's probably some school.
It's still cheating at some point. Like, it's not. If he didn't actually write the paper, that's plagiarism. And then
using it for research. I only use it for research.
So if he's using it for research, then he wrote the paper himself and he just wrote a bad paper. That's his fault.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Just don't do your homework.
I don't know how parents and teachers are going to have to contend with, like, students just turning in papers that are mostly AI. Because a lot of Bill, you would have been one of those kids, right? You didn't like school. If AI,
no, I still wouldn't have done it.
You wouldn't have,
right?
If AI had been available
to
done
it at all.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, listen. I'm not. I still have like my integrity.
Oh, I see.
And my integrity is that I'm not doing your work.
I see. Well, how is that integrity?
He didn't cheat. He would rather not do it than cheat.
I see. You're like, I'm not doing it at all. You just wouldn't do it at all.
Right.
Yeah.
And I didn't.
Better.
That's maintaining your integrity.
Right.
Right.
I'm not cheating.
Right, but
not doing it.
But the two choices are not cheating or not doing it. It's cheating, doing it, or not doing it.
I didn't say there was only two choices. But I'm saying I'm not just going to cheat and do it, and I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stay true to myself and not do it because, in my opinion, having to do the work that they assigned me was a violation of my constitutional
Your
rights.
civil rights.
My civil rights
were violated
yes.
when you got homework.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see the benefit of me doing it. I didn't see the need to do it. So the punishments that they would give me for not doing it were moot. Like they didn't matter to me. So it became very. It was not a valuable process to me.
I see. What would have been a more valuable process?
I wish I could tell you, but it's not school.
Huh.
It's not school. I like learning things. I like knowing things. I just don't like the school process.
Right. Well, anyway, there's Kids Corner.
Kids Corner!
I got to take a break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192 to get me there. You can email at alancoxshow.com. If you want to watch live, you can. The Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. More money at 4:30. Another keyword from the Buzzard bookie. That'll come with $1,000. If you want to go to that Wasp show, Wasp and Armored Saint, Big Hair Wednesday, presenting this show at the Agora next month. I will have those tickets for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart
facebook.com/rules.
Traffic.
The Elk and Elk Traffic Center. Serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Accidents being cleared and delays in the area of 480 East before Frost Road in Streetsboro. Traffic back towards Route 91 in Lake County. 90 East before Route 306 in the construction zone. Traffic heaviest towards Route 91. Opportunity Corridor at East 75th Street. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Ken Ganley, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Ken Ganley Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is celebrating grand opening specials at all 4 locations. Now get our lowest price on over 1,000 new vehicles in stock and online at KenGanleyCDJR.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like classic hard rock. Essential classic rock that was truly hard and heavy. AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search classic hard rock. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, MMS and Big Hair Wednesday. You get it every week with Stansbury. Go back to the 80s, all that glammy hair rock stuff. Big Hair Wednesday presenting Wasp and Armored Saint. Not exactly on the glam side, more on the buzzsaw crotch side. But I think Blackie Lawless and company are celebrating a 40th anniversary tour. Wasp and Armored Saint are going to play the world-famous Agora next month. It's Tuesday, November the 19th. AgoraCleveland.com's got all the info for you. This pair of tickets for you if you're caller 10. Wasp and Armored Saint. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
All I know is this violates every canon of respectable broadcasting.
This is the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
I got more money for you in about 7 or 8 minutes. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, $1,000, 30 past every hour. You go in these keywords, so don't waste them. You got a life to lead, right? You can't always have your ears peeled. I'll have people text me and I'll go, "Hey, you didn't play the keyword." Yeah, I did. Missed it, homeboy. I don't want you to miss out on anything. We'll get to Mayor's Science Fair in a few minutes too. If you see the guy get kicked in the nuts by the horse? There's an Instagram account called Tour National Parks, something about national parks. This was in Maryland. And it's an old dude in a Speedo. I mean, every part of this I love. I couldn't love it more. Because we're always talking about people who are trying to mess with animals when they shouldn't. You know, there's signs on the beach. Please don't touch the wild horses. People have to do it. They just can't leave it alone. They think they're going to be the one to... Bikini-clad gentleman in Maryland. He ignored all the signs. Hey, there are wild horses in this park. Do not touch them. And this horse, a full-on hoof to this guy's meats and cheeses. And he's an old dude in a speed. I'll play it for you. Watch him. It's fantastic. How? Right to the cojones.
Got him.
Yep, down for the count.
These are my favorite kind of videos. Though.
Yes.
Where's people getting annihilated?
How? Just don't touch the wild horses. It's not hard to consider or, you know. I mean, it's not like it got him on the outside of the thigh. It got him full on.
It's also one of those things where...
Right on home plate.
Like, just knowing how horses are, like, you don't walk behind a horse, ever.
No.
Is that a rule?
Yes. Horses are skittish.
Yeah.
My older daughter was an equestrian for a long time. I mean, she rode horses. She finally gave it up like a year and a half ago. So, I mean, from the age of 4, she was on a horse up until, she was 16, 17 years old. And so she was there, even if you'd been riding for a long time, even if she was riding a horse she knew and it knew her, they can get spooked, man. And they're big animals that are nothing but muscle. And they're like, so for this beach, which is on an island there in Maryland, there's all these signs. Hey, these horses live on the island. The Assateague horses. And there's signs everywhere. Hey, if you're too close, you can get kicked. If these horses get spooked, they're very large. Don't let your children get that close to them, right? Feeding them can cause behavioral changes. And horses become unafraid of people. So they're like, don't mistake that for them being tame. They're not, they might get spooked at quick movements, but they're, big picture, not scared of people. So it's like, I always think of Harlan Williams in Half Baked. He feeds the cube of sugar to the horse.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know he was a diabetic.
Yeah. So, but the guy in the Speedo getting full-on kicked in the cojones by this horse. Yes, Mike in Parma.
Hey, Alan, what's up?
What's up, pal?
Hey, we actually went to that beach a few years back, and it is kind of wild to see those horses kind of walking around. And there's quite a few people that are actually laying out on the beach and stuff. Yeah. So we actually encountered, right as we go into this entrance area, some people had put down a picnic basket, all their, stuff that they were going to eat. And then the horses kind of came up, and just a smaller horse, and they were all looking. And I don't know if this was the male horse, the father that came up. He just walked over, stood over their blanket, and just opened up like a fire hose all over everything. And it was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. Just full on drenched by a horse.
God, people's expressions go from like wonderment of being around the horse to just horror when that amount of liquid comes out of an animal.
Yeah, when you're face to face with nature in its purest form, it can really take the bloom off the rose there, as it were.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
Thank you. It's Mike in Parma. Yeah, you got to be careful there. If you're not able to call us live, a lot of people will opt for the voicemails. You can always use the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. That is 216-986-8903.
Can you please, for the love of God, stop playing the drunk who sings the song 6 times a day? It's bad enough that he's pathetic and has no job and lives at home and probably does nothing all day, but you got to air him and give him airtime, and he calls more often and sings these stupid songs. Like, my God, man, do you not have anything else you can do for a segment? Christ.
Whoa.
Well, you know what that means.
Was that sober, Brian?
That was himself.
Yeah. Hey, man.
He's at a battle. He's at odds with himself.
Yeah.
Quit playing that clown.
I got plenty of other things I can do, but you know what happens when people tell me not to do something?
It only makes you want to do it more.
I have a sickness. Mm-hmm. I only want to do it more. This is for you, sir.
I make my living on the evening news. Just give me something I can use. We've only just begun. Who's gonna drive you home tonight?
Oh, man. It just puts a little Twitter in my shorts every time.
Ding, ding.
Thank you, Brian. And thank you, sir. Let me give you this money here. It's $1,000. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Every one of these keywords got $1,000. I hope it goes right into your pocket. The weekend's coming up. Who knows what'll happen? Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie. and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Also, it's very unfair to Brian to assume that, one, he's drunk, that he doesn't live on his own or have his own situation.
That's right. I've got for people who are not consumed with rage over hearing him, you might have heard me mention that his calls, as frequent as they are, still really run the gamut. So some of them he'll just be playing guitar. Some of them it's more kind of flamenco. It's an acoustic thing. Other times it's plugged in.
You've just been preferring this.
Yeah, because sometimes he'll call and just rattle off some non sequitur, and there's nothing I can do with that. But it's when he really gets into his feels and starts singing. Now, do I do it a lot? Of course I do. But it will run its course. Sir, trust me that I know what I'm doing, okay? It'll run its course. But for now, we'll continue to have fun with it.
Walk with me, sunshine. It's a skippity-doo-da-da day. I'm the happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A.
Hey, Terry.
Happy.
I'm not going to yuck that guy's yum. What's going on, Terry?
Well, we were listening to you talk about the guy getting kicked in the cojones with the horse, and my son said, you've got to call and tell him the story. I teach a class on observation and how 5 people can watch something happen and you'll get 5 different stories.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I used to train horses for a living, and I was cleaning a horse's hoof one time, and she kicked me, and I got up and punched her in the nose. Well, my brother tells the story the day my sister knocked her horse out, and he tells the story that when I punched her in the nose, she went unconscious. But what really happened?
Yeah, you were like.
Very...
So he tells it like you were Mongo in Blazing Saddles.
Exactly.
Yeah. So was that how old were you? Were a grown woman then, Terry? Right? I mean, you were training and. Yeah, so was that just a reflexive move on your part, or is that something people don't know, like, you're supposed to punch a shark in the nose to disorient them? I've never heard about that for horses, and I've been around them.
Horses' messages are very sensitive, and if you can't let them get away with certain things. The horse can hurt you really badly when it kicks you. I mean, people die from that.
Right.
So she kicked me, and here's the lesson. You don't kick me, and...
Okay, so that was my question. So that's a legitimate move. That's not just something that you did reflexively as a reaction.
Oh no, I did that on purpose.
Gotcha. Okay. And did the horse react in a way that you had anticipated?
Well, she did kind of drop her head down to the ground and shake it, which is why my brother thinks she went unconscious, I guess. But she never kicked me again.
Yeah, she couldn't remember. She didn't realize she was a horse after that. She didn't know what was going on. She was...
No.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. That little thing.
Right. Okay, thank you, Terry.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too. How could I not have a good evening? I just heard about a grown woman who punched a horse and knocked it out.
Jeez.
Follow that, Mary, with your science fair.
I'm not going to be able to.
Now it's time for...
Science Fair!
All right.
Okay, with the weather getting spooky, it's chilly out. A lot of people talking about bats. They're everywhere. So I decided we're going to do some bat trivia today.
Ooh.
Okay? So you guys are involved in this, so pay attention. Wake up, okay?
Crap.
Yeah, wake up, Bill. Put your phone down. Pay attention. Here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
Number 1. Bats have very few natural predators. Of them, this is the deadliest. Is it A, owls, B, snakes, C, humans, or D, disease?
I will say owls.
Okay, Bill?
I'm going to go humans.
Well, you're both wrong. The answer is disease.
All right, fine.
Wait, is
dis-ease? You mean disease or dis-ease? Like
Dis-ease.
they kind of feel a little bit out of it. Okay.
When they're feeling a little uncomfortable, the weather's changing,
Yep.
that actually kills them. Yeah, no, disease.
All right.
Wait, but is a disease a predator?
Yes, that's what it was listed as.
Well, that's what they're saying. They have so few natural predators. I mean, disease is natural. Okay.
There's millions of bats dying from what is called white nose syndrome. And it's a disease named for like a white fungus that grows on the muzzle and the bats of wings. And it causes infected bats to have abnormal daytime activity and experience a cascade of physiologic changes that include weight loss, dehydration, electrolyte imbalances, and even death. Which is interesting to me. Yeah, I said staying up all night into the morning, losing weight, not drinking water. Sounds like the same white nose syndrome affecting finance bros and hairstylists.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. True or false? Blood-sucking bats are real.
True.
True, Bill? True or false? Blood-sucking bats are real.
True.
True. Yes, very true.
Vampire bats.
Vampire bats are the only mammal besides Jeffrey Dahmer to exist on a diet of blood. Yes. They feed on blood from sleeping cows, pigs, horses, and birds. And here's the crazy thing. If they can't find blood for 2 nights in a row, 48 hours, they die. They can't go 48 hours without blood. But
So
luckily,
dramatic.
I know. Drama queens. Luckily, female bats can be very generous, and a well-fed female bat will often regurgitate blood to share it with others in exchange for, quote, pleasant-feeling grooming. So this is also known in the bat community as getting your Red Wings.
Puking up blood to get something in return. I like it.
Yeah, why not? All right, last one. Question 3. Without bats, we would not have which of the following alcoholic spirits? Is it tequila, vodka, gin, or whiskey?
I'm going to say gin.
Okay. Bill?
I'm gonna go. I'll go tequila.
Bill's right. It is tequila.
Hey. They regurgitate the blood on the agave plant?
That's exactly what they do. No, tequila is made from the agave plant, which relies primarily on bats to pollinate its flowers. Agave and bats have co-evolved over thousands of years, and now as a result, agave is one of the very few plants that pollinates at night, which is crazy. So the next time you have one too many tequila shots, fist fight your cousin, throw up on someone's shoes, or pass out in the bathroom stall of your favorite bar, tell the arresting officer it wasn't your fault and to go blame the bats.
I learned a lot there. You know, as big of a fan of tequila as I am, you'd think that I would have known that, but I didn't.
Yes.
I was thinking maybe they had something to do with the juniper berry.
No.
The agave plant.
The
I'll tell you what.
agave plant is what they will
You know how
help
I got that
pollinate.
one?
How?
Guessing.
Well, yes, guessing, but I was like, well, there's a lot of bats in From Dusk Till Dawn, so I'm going to go with tequila.
Oh, hey, it worked. However you arrived at the correct answer. When we went to the Pittsburgh aviary a few weeks back for our little penguin experience or whatever, they have bats. They have big bats.
Those are called fox bats. Or
Something like that. They're
Yeah.
huge, and I've seen bats before. You know, when you go to Austin, there's this bridge,
Flying
famously.
fox bat.
Yeah, where at night all the bats come out from underneath this bridge in Austin. It's really cool. But to see them there, and they were sleeping, so they're hanging upside down. And I guess I was more used to like smaller bats. These look like those bug
huge.
bags that are in trees. You know, I was like, oh my God, those are massive.
I learned this in my research. Flying fox bats have a wingspan of 6 feet.
That's
Those
crazy.
things they can get up to 3 feet in their bodies and then a 6-foot wingspan.
That's probably what these things were. I was like, oh my God, if they were flying around, they would look like one of those Chilean condors, Mary.
That's almost a pterodactyl.
I know.
Yes.
Do you want to know what else we wouldn't? There's not a joke part for this, but other things we would not have without bats and the way that they pollinate?
What?
Bananas.
Bananas, okay.
I've seen that video of the bat eating the banana where they go, well, this is a Catholic school kid does.
Oh, God.
What?
It's just...
Oh, I see, because it's phallic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mangoes.
Yeah.
Love mangoes.
Yeah.
Avocado.
Yeah.
Oh,
That those are like some of the big things that bats will eat their seeds. There's a fruit bat that it's only a 3-inch bat, but its tongue is also 3 inches, so its tongue is the entire length of its body, and it gets inside the seeds and then it poops them out and helps pollinate.
Wow.
Crazy,
All right.
right? Who knew what bats were doing out there? We're over here using them as Halloween decorations, and they are pivotal.
They really are. That's the perfect word.
Yes.
Fruit bats, fox bats, all kinds of stuff. Wow.
Well, if you remember Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls,
guano.
Guano is very important to that tribe because they would make pretty much all their utensils and bowls and stuff like that out of guano.
You know what I learned about guano in my bat research?
What's that?
You can also use it to make gunpowder.
Ooh.
That if guano, when it's like manipulated and
The bat
stored
gat.
and everything done, you can use it to make gunpowder.
That's when Abraham Lincoln was a vampire hunter. He had a rifle that was made from, Now, is there any produce or anything in nature that we would be missing if we didn't have aquabats?
Joy.
All right. Oh, I got to take a break here. Thank you, Mary. There's Mayor's Science Fair. Learned a lot about bats, and just in time for Halloween, no less.
Spooky season.
Spooky season indeed. All right, want to send a text 35192. You want to email me, alancoxshow.com, or watch. You can find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our
ride the white horse. If you wanna ride, don't ride the white horse. White horse.
I was talking to Christina from Norton in the break. She was texting me about the. Guess what, Bill? They're not singing about an actual horse. White horse. Christina from Norton is like, I don't know where Terry trained, but you don't punch horses in the nose. She's like, I trained a few horses of my own, and I was like, again, my daughter was an equestrian for a long time, and I'd never heard anything like that, but everybody's got their, I guess, own technique, or she said horses' eyes are set off to the side of their heads to see predators, so directly in front and behind isn't always easiest for them to see. That's why they say don't walk up behind them. And, people need to let wild animals be wild animals. So, yeah, I don't know. I had never heard of that before, punching a horse in the nose. That's why I was asking Terry if that was just something reflexively she did. But she's like, no, it's, I guess everybody's got their own way of taking care of those things.
Hey, whoever that mean man was, he's got to get the hell up out of here, okay? Because Brian is a gem. Brian is a natural wonder of the world, the eighth, possibly, and I want the supercut. Screw off, dude. Leave Brian alone. We're all here for it except you, okay?
How about that? He's not taking any prisoners.
Did somebody say sassy?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Got more Brian for you. Now, again, like I said, nobody's going to get this except me because I'm a full-on nerd, and this goes way back. And it is radio adjacent in a very specific way.
Eat my shorts, choke on polished cotton. Eat my shorts.
Anybody hip to Eat My Shorts?
No.
This is an old, old song by a guy named Rick Dees. And his nuts, is that where you were going?
That's where I was going.
Rick Dees was a guy who was a legend in L.A. radio, but before that, he was doing the radio thing where he was toiling in these smaller places, and he was on in Memphis, and he was on... Rick Dees was a guy who, before he got famous on the radio, had a couple of accidental hit songs in the 70s. He was on in Memphis, and he blew up with this song called Disco Duck. Now, by modern standards, it's absolutely ridiculous and corny, but in the 70s, this thing was getting...
a sensation.
It was a sensation. This thing
so
was getting
stupid.
played everywhere, and that's what... Ironically, that's what got him the gig in L.A.
That
Not
was the
he was
Hawk 2 of the time.
It really was Disco Duck.
Mm-hmm.
And people didn't know who Rick Dees was, but Disco Duck was a huge, huge hit. He was a disc jockey in Memphis. And he had a couple of hits, and one of them was Eat My Shorts. This was later. I think he was in L.A. by then, but he was on Kiss FM, one of our radio stations in L.A. for a long time. Ryan Seacrest famously replaced him. But Rick Dees is a big, big deal for a long time. And Eat My Short. Again, I don't know where Brian comes up with these. That to me is the equally fascinating part. Not his renditions of them. Which, again, that guy really didn't like. The guy who called in before. Who wants nothing to do with the guy. But I'm going to let those two fight it out.
Give them each other's
Eat
personal.
my shorts.
Do what?
I say give them each other's personal numbers.
Yeah, choose your
Let them
fighter.
figure it out.
Eat my shorts, choke on polished cotton. Eat my shorts.
Everything we have is rotten, and baby,
Yeah, it's a breakup song about a guy getting divorced. I'll see you in court.
eat my shorts.
I mean, they're all silly and ridiculous, and but in the 70s, that's how this dude made his name. He was just capitalizing on the popularity of disco. Actually, before disco, that was, to me, was the amazing thing about Disco Duck, because I think it was like on the radio and I was in kindergarten, literally, which was pre-disco. This guy was head of disco. That wasn't until late 80s. He did this like late 70s disco. He did this mid 70s. And it was getting played nationwide. And he's like, I'm a guy on the radio in Memphis, hoping to get a better gig. And he did. He did American Bandstand, and he did, Like, the cool thing about that at that time would be that your competition across the street, because back in the day, radio stations were all owned by different companies. Now, of course, there's like 4 that own all of them. But, back in the day, your competition across the street, they weren't going to play a song by a guy at another station. So you had it all to yourself. Or they'd have to call you and go, this song is so huge, we have to play it. But we have to get your permission to do it. That's a flex. So I don't know where Brian came up with Eat My Shorts.
He's got a deep catalog.
Deep catalog. What did that guy say again?
Can you please, for the love of God, stop playing the drunk who sings the songs 6 times a day?
This guy, come on. What did the guy at the Cox Out just say to me? He's there with his fiance on Sunday. He goes, man, I love Brian calling in. Now, again, it will run its course. And I will determine when that is. And as I lick my finger and put it to the wind,
it ain't yet.
I still want more Brian.
Mm-hmm.
I got a trip to Los Angeles for you. We have announced our 2025 Alter Ego Festival. This is the big alternative festival that we do. When we talk about that iHeartRadio Music Festival, it's so pop-heavy that I can't really pop a rod for it. But Alter Ego is always a lot of fun. It's really much more my speed. It might be much more your speed, too. Incubus, who was here last summer for the return of Buzzard Fest. Offspring, Cage the Elephant, who have a brand new record out that they're touring in support of. St. Vincent, awesome. Glass Animals, dynamite. The Lumineers, I guess it's 2015 again. That's fine,
them.
too. Huh?
I like Lumineers.
Yeah, a lot of people do. Great Irish punk band called Fontaines DC is on this. And they always have, people pop up that we don't announce. So these are not on sale yet. So this week we're giving away trips before they go on sale to everyone. So it's you and a friend. We give you tickets. We fly you out, put you up. There's probably money involved. But it's a really good lineup this year. So, chance for you to win right now. Good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our iHeartRadio Alter Ego. Text the nationwide keyword, party, to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's party to 200-200.
We will have a short show tomorrow, so I will not have a trip for you tomorrow afternoon because we will be out of here at 4:30 for Guardians pregame. Games 3, 4, and 5 are back here in Cleveland. Pregame tomorrow at 4:30, and then first pitch shortly after 5.
Are you going to that, Bill?
Yeah.
You're going tomorrow?
Yeah.
That'll be
Where are your
fun.
seats?
Probably similar to what you got yesterday.
Oh, so you don't know then?
I mean, I'm gonna buy like.
What are you willing to drop?
Like $150 or so.
Oh, okay.
Nothing crazy. We'll see what's available.
Mm-hmm. Well, that'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
So short show tomorrow, and then Friday, Bill's out. Mary is in town because she's doing the weekend at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls. So it will be Mary and I in the room on Friday.
Yes.
Looking forward to it.
Just the two of us.
It'll let Brian do that one. It'll be the Captain Fun and Stepmom Mare show live from downtown Cleveland, Ohio.
It's gonna be great. I got a packed
That's the
weekend.
plan. You
Packed
what?
Weekend this weekend. I'm coming home tomorrow. I'm landing at like 6 tomorrow. And then Friday in the morning, I have to go early vote because I didn't change my address to New York. So I still have to vote in Ohio. I'm not going to be home again before voting day. So Friday I have to early vote and then go into work. And then 2 shows Friday night at the Funny Stop. And then Saturday, we're taking the stepkid and my nieces to Mapleside Farms to do pumpkin crap, a hayride and pick out a pumpkin and slide. All
Pumpkin
that dumb stuff.
crap.
They have pig races. It's actually really fun. I love Mapleside. It's great. And then I fly out.
Good cider and donuts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, I love apple cider. And it's all picked right there, dude. That's like fresh apple cider. So that's Saturday during the day, and then I have 2 shows Saturday night at the Funny Stop, and then I fly back to New York Sunday morning, and then I have 2 shows Sunday night here in New York.
Wow.
Yeah, packed weekend, dude.
It's either feast or famine.
Right? Right.
Alan, every time you say Brian sent in a new song, I keep thinking it's Mary's boyfriend's alter ego.
That would be great.
There's no chance that that's your Brian. Ron
No.
and Willoughby is curious about this, just so I'm clear.
No, that guy First of all, Brian drives a truck for a living. My Brian. So he would not be able to call us all day long.
Well, I don't know where he's calling from. This notion that he's somehow buried in his parents' basement, I don't know that that's true.
But my Brian could not call us and play a guitar, is my point. He's driving a garbage truck.
You mean the schedule-wise, or he's incapable of doing that?
Physically incapable, and you can't drive a truck and play a guitar at the same time. But no, my Brian sounds much younger than that Brian.
Oh, and probably a little lighter, too.
Probably doesn't know music as well either.
What?
Okay.
I mean, he's pretty staunchly in the metal genre.
No, he knows everything. His favorite
He
band
knows
is,
everything, Bill. Everything.
His favorite bands are like Creedence Clearwater Revival and friggin' who's that guy? Leonard Skinner.
That guy. Yeah,
And
Leonard.
then also he likes Queen and all the metal bands, and he's into everything.
Okay. How does he feel about a band called Mass Punishment? You think that he'd be into them? You think he'd be into a song called Blood Dirt that I'm going to play Saturday night on 2 hours to midnight? You think that he would dig that? I bet he would. The sweet, sweet sounds of Mass Punishment.
He went to a show at the Agora that had like all of his favorite bands on it.
Yeah, he went to that Dying Fetus show.
Yes,
Yeah.
he got a Spite shirt.
Yeah.
Spite's been his kick lately.
Spite's a great band.
He's been real into Spite.
Yep. I was talking earlier about the relatives in our family who live in Asheville and are going on 3 weeks. They have power, but 3 weeks with no water. And I hadn't heard from our Asheville bureau chiefs in a minute because they've got big fish to fry out there. But I did hear from one of them. There are volunteers going through Asheville because the majority of the city still doesn't have running water. And they have said that it may be a month or 2 before everything is back up and running. And so schools and restaurants and businesses and all that kind of stuff. So I guess they have squads of volunteers that are going around and helping people flush the toilets by pouring water in.
Where are they getting the water from?
Like ponds and wells and things like, things that have natural areas that have filled up. And so there are people who are volunteering in the Asheville area who have these giant gray water containers that they're filling up. And it does, of course, rain along the way. And that they are going to people's houses and pouring water into their toilets. Because people are like, the hardest thing is with no water is keeping your crapper flushed. And you hate to think about the way people are cutting corners too. Because it's battle conditions, right? I mean, you got no choice. So you have to think about the people who are like, well, my turlet doesn't work. Let's go out back.
Poop outside, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just go back in the pond and dip my tuchus in there. We got a little sperm news for you, too.
Sperm news.
Well, it went all the way to the Supreme Court, but they have ignored R. Kelly's legal team's attempts to have his situation appealed. He's serving 20 years in prison. Of course, he was convicted of those child sex crimes, and his appeal went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. And they declined to hear his appeal. I wonder how it got all the way there. You know, they're keeping a light docket over there at the Supreme Court as if you didn't have enough things to worry about. They're keeping a light docket, and the thought is because they want to make sure that they've got their hands all ready for Election Day. And so there are probably a lot of cases that, they've gotten a lot of work done this summer, not in the way that you'd want, but they declined to hear the R. Kelly appeal. And it had already been, his arguments from his legal team had already been rejected by a series of lower courts. And no one is surprised that they didn't take up the R. Kelly case. But the contention of the appeal is, well, we're not quite sure how old this girl in the video is. The girl testified that she was 14 when everybody remembers the video, right?
I didn't see it, but
He was peeing on this girl.
I mean, yeah, but I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
I felt like that wasn't something I needed burned in my brain.
No, probably not. I think you're not missing anything on that. But they declined to hear that case. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in the great state of Missouri, by the way, too. And just in time for Halloween, Missouri, for whatever reason, based on who runs that state, the legislature and whatnot, they seem determined to make that state a particular kind of hellscape, right? With respect to control over women's bodies, with respect to gun laws and things like that. And a judge in Missouri just got rid of the law that they had on the books that mandated that sex offenders had to put no candy signs outside their homes on Halloween.
No candy, just hugs.
Free hugs.
Knock 3 times.
They had to, up to this point, put no candy signs up, and a judge in Missouri says that is unconstitutional. That, I guess the thought being, sure, you've deprived children of their civil rights to not get molested, but it's a bridge too far to think that we deprive you of yours. The law's been around for almost 20 years that sex offenders had to stay inside on Halloween, keep the lights turned off, and post a sign saying no candy. They have gotten rid of that law. So now just in time for Halloween, you're not going to know if the door you're knocking on, you still go to those apps, I guess. They still have to register as sex offenders, but they don't have to put those signs up.
I was going to say, which part of the law got repealed? The whole thing or just the sign part? Like
the sign part.
They still have to stay inside with no lights on.
Yeah, but there's nobody, it's not like people are walking around checking to see if they're staying inside with the lights off. They might just not be home. They might be one town over. I don't know. So, yeah, this all came about because there was a convicted sex offender from suburban St. Louis who filed a lawsuit saying, my First Amendment rights are being violated. I should be able to hand out, it's a form of free expression for me to hand out candy to kids.
Right, but when you commit a crime,
you don't
lose certain privileges.
There you go. And the initial response to his lawsuit was the First Amendment doesn't give sex offenders a right to give candy to kids. But they ran it up the chain, and they have repealed the sign law now.
It's crazy when you hear a story about someone that is like assaulted kids or something, and they'll be like, and then their punishment was 30 days in jail. And you're like, what? Like, this is somebody that had fully
get more for having
done
weed
stuff.
on you.
Yeah, it's crazy how lenient those laws are.
Well, it's because we're not really pro-kid in this country. You like to pretend that they are, but they're really not. Well, I've got to take a break. Here's your sperm news. I got one last chance for you to grab some money off of the Buzzard bookie. That last keyword for today is showing up at 5:30. And I'll have another pair of tickets for you after the break. If you like the band Theory of a Dead Man, they are doing an unplugged tour that'll get them to the Akron Civic Theaters. If you want to check them out, we'll hook that up in a minute.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just
you're a fan of the band Theory of a Dead Man. That's a lot of rhyming, but it's not intentional. They are doing an Unplugged tour. Theory of a Dead Man Unplugged. You've heard them plugged. Unplugged. It's going to happen Sunday, November 3rd, just a couple of weeks away. A Sunday night at Akron Civic Theater. Ticketmaster.com will have all the details. This pair of tickets here for you. I don't know if anybody's with them, but it's going to be them and probably a series of stools. Theory of a Dead Man Unplugged. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
You guys are a bunch of morons, and I love it.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This is a Mary band, by the way. Theory of a Dead Man. They were the first band that Nickelback signed to their label. Like the singer was friends with Chad Kroger's ex-girlfriend, and he put their demo in his, and the rest is history. But it's like that, I'm getting drunk and my girlfriend is a stripper, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Bad Girlfriend.
Yeah, Bad
That's
Girlfriend.
One of the best ones, yeah.
Right. Low Life was another one. Yeah, so it's the stuff you love, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
the best. It all kind of sounds like Nickelback.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
That's how they made their bones, because they're a Canadian band too. They made their bones opening for Nickelback. And if you're a rock band, just playing riffs, there's no better spot than to be opening for Nickelback.
Okay, explain to me why this sounds bad to you.
It doesn't sound bad. It just
doesn't do anything for me.
No, it's like a lunkhead kind of,
I'm like, yeah, rock and roll.
No, I get it. I mean, there's, it's not something that. Yeah, it's like, my girlfriend.
It gives me douche chills.
But they're super catchy. I mean, there's a reason that these guys are like platinum, yeah. No, they're killing it. What my thought is always like, I don't need to hear this unplugged.
I agree.
With like due respect to them, you know what I mean? Like these kinds of bands, they're just rotating the same chords. So I'm like, what is the point of doing an Unplugged tour? But they are very popular. So no shade to them. It's just not, that's,
Brian says all
It's
the
like
time,
strip club music and it's WWE music. It's fine. And no, it's great. I mean, they're.
Like, when asked what some of my top favorite concerts are, Nickelback is up there. It was a fantastic show. I had so much fun. And Brian,
I mean,
makes fun
listen,
of me all the time.
anybody who would try to tell me that Nickelback like put on a bad show, I wouldn't believe them because there's, you go and it's riffs and it's loud and it's rock and roll, man.
Every song is a hit. They played 2 hours of hit songs.
Yes, that's where you want to be.
Yeah.
You want to be a band that just goes on tour. And it's not like Nickelback was an overnight success. I mean, their first couple albums, I don't think did anything. So it's like they got going at a time where your record label would still give you some time to get going. Now you're screwed out of the gate if you're not, if you don't blow up.
Some of my favorite concerts, obviously, I was a blackout drunk for a decade, right? So a lot of my favorite concerts I've seen in the last couple years. So, like, Nickelback was one of them. Surprisingly, Nickelback was one of them. John Mayer solo, when he did all of his breakup songs.
Yeah.
And then Fall Out Boy and Kenny Chesney. Like, those were all incredible shows. And Brian's like, that's such a sad list.
No, not really, because it's your list.
It's your list.
And those are
Yeah.
party shows, right?
Yes.
Like everybody's having a good time, and
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No,
It's nothing wrong with it. He's just making fun. The same way
Well,
you guys make fun of me. Where it's like,
I make fun of you of your soul, not your legs.
oh, not my music
Yeah,
taste?
just
Oh,
like
okay.
who you are is deeper.
I mean,
than that.
people make fun of me because I like Lamb of God and Steely
One of my
Dan,
favorite
you know,
concerts of
like-
all time was seeing a 94-year-old Herb Alpert play trumpet without,
Yeah.
hoping he doesn't die. It was awesome.
Yeah. You like what you like. And when you were drinking a lot, that's the perfect soundtrack.
Well, when I was drinking a lot, I didn't remember the concerts. I blacked out at every single concert I ever went to.
Right.
So I didn't know. I mean, I was probably having fun. I got in trouble a lot, but
Tijuana Taxi's Herb Alpert, right?
Yeah.
Did he play Tijuana Taxi?
I believe he did.
I'm sure he did Taste of Honey.
Yep.
Yeah, these are the hits, man.
Yeah.
So I will have one more pair for you Friday for Theory of a Dead Man Unplugged at the Akron Civic Theater. And
the bands that Mary likes too. Like when I don't drive around listening to that stuff, but if I'm at a festival, I mean, Rock in the Range and Sonic Temple, plenty of those bands play, and I go, it's a good time. I get it.
Not bad.
It's fun to listen to, and like, I don't think it's the worst music, but it's nothing I've ever like. I need to
You're
hear
not
that.
seeking it out.
Like I even tried to do like a bunch of my friends are going to the Creed concert, and I was like, all right, I'll try listening to a little bit more Creed, and I was like, nah, I can't do it. Like it's fine as like a joke song that someone does at karaoke, but I can't.
Well, I might be having Creed on the show, so
I'll tell them right to their
we'll
stupid
tread lightly.
faces.
Their stupid faces. No, I think those guys, listen, man, you've beaten the odds. Whoever you are in whatever band, you've beaten the odds. My bias, if I can even call it that, is largely professional. Simply because the reason those bands are so huge is because we were playing them on the radio every 10 minutes. And I got sick to goddamn death of hearing, never made it as a wise man. I was playing those songs when they were brand new all the time. And I was like, oh, God. So that's not their fault. They're popular songs. Game 3 tomorrow, you see Jason Kipnis is throwing out the first pitch.
Oh, nice.
Pretty exciting.
Kipadelphia.
He's throwing out the first pitch tomorrow.
Cece did it last night, I think, or the night before.
Cece DeVille from Poison?
No,
Yeah.
Cece Sabathia on Monday, game
did
1.
he do it Monday? Okay.
Yeah, game 1.
Friday is Travis Hafner.
T-Huff?
And if they do a game 5 on Saturday, Ryan Merritt. I don't know who that is. I assume a former Indian. Ryan Merritt. Is that a person
I don't
who
recognize that name?
Okay.
Ryan.
Apparently he doesn't merit people remember. Yeah, he played for the Indians in 2016 and 2017.
Oh, he was the kid that he pitched one of the games in the playoffs and he won, and then he was like a young kid. He was just about getting to get married, and everybody went and bought everything on his registry for him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah. I remember
That's
that
sweet.
kid. Yeah.
What, versus the Cubs?
I think it was before they got to the Cubs. I think it was one of the divisional or like the ALCS or something.
They drafted him in 2011.
Yeah.
And then he spent 5 seasons in the farm system. So played for the Akron Arrows, the Columbus Clippers, the Carolina Mudcats. And then he started game 5 of the ALCS
There
in
it
2016.
is.
There
Yep.
it is.
And pitched well, and everybody he was a hero for a week.
He's one of only 2 pitchers in MLB history to have started just 1 game in the regular season before pitching in the postseason.
Yep.
The other one being Matt Moore, who was a pitcher for, I remember Matt Moore with the Tigers. I don't know who else he played for, but. Okay, let me give you this money. It's the last keyword today. We'll start it all over again tomorrow morning with RMG, but your last chance today to grab some cash from the Buzzard bookie. It's $1,000. I hope it goes right into your pocket. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Now, I do have more Brian,
Always.
and you'll know this one.
Oh, I like when we know it.
Mm-hmm.
Cisco
Red,
song.
red wine, make me feel so fine. Red, red wine, make me feel so fine.
All right. Whoever that guy is that does it like Brian is out of his mind. That was wonderful.
He does the breakdown part, not even the singing part.
Red
wine. Who was that? UB40? I always think of,
Fine.
because I'm old and my mom had the album, I think of Neil Diamond doing Red, Red Wine. But UB40, very, very popular
version in
of
the
it.
late 90s, or like the
80s,
late
wasn't
80s,
it?
early 2000s.
Yeah.
Early 90s. God.
Red,
I need a
red
mint.
wine, make me feel so fine. Red, red wine, make me feel so fine.
I feel $1 million when you're just in my hand. Red, red wine, you make me feel so sad. Anytime I see you go, it make me feel bad.
Red, red wine, make me feel so fine. Red, red wine, make me feel so fine.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, that's a gimme. It's either something so unbelievably arcane that you wouldn't be able to dig it out of the deepest recesses of your brain, or it's red wine. He's all over the place. Get some food news here to share with you. Have you seen the woman who's blown up on TikTok because she swears that turkey legs are ham?
What? No.
Turkey legs are ham.
You can just be and say the dumbest crap, and people are like, all right, let's
Yeah.
go.
Hold on. Before I get to that, hello, Alex.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I just wanted to call in regards to that guy who likes to text in and talk shrimp to Mary about not selling out any shows. Got a bunch of my friends to buy tickets to her show at the 20 Stop on Friday.
Hey, there you go.
I'm trying to help you out. Sorry, Bill. Not going to be able to make it on Saturday, but I think Wilhelmina might go to your show.
Oh, that's sexy.
Oh, I accidentally
you.
bought tickets to Saturday, so Mary, I accidentally bought Saturday tickets to your show too, so I'm trying to sell them to someone because they're non-refundable.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you'll find someone. Or come
just want to
twice.
let you know we're out here supporting you.
Thank you. Show that guy who's
No
boss.
problem.
Mm-hmm.
My prediction, Mary will never sell out another show in Ohio. I mean, she won't sell out a show anywhere in the country, but it's the Ohio shows that hurt. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
It's always take it easy. Hey, I've just jammed a chainsaw up your ass. But hey, take it easy. Hey, have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hey, Michael.
Hello.
Michael, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, Alan? A question. Do you like the old school nigger music or the new school nigger music?
Thank you, Michael.
What?
I don't know what he's talking about, but thank you.
Whoa,
It says Michael calling from New York. I'm like, first of all, Michael is not calling from New York. So I have my finger over the dump button because I'm like, clearly this guy's trying to troll me from something. So I don't know where he's coming from, but he did drop an N-word right out of the gate. So
Where are people like that? Like, what do you... Okay. You know what I mean? I know I didn't say anything.
Right.
What the people? Do you know what I mean? You know the how come the why the you know
When you have like... You get it. You know?
you got it. Yeah. Anyway, this lady on TikTok, turkey legs are ham. And I don't know if she has any evidence to back it up or whatever.
Turkey legs is ham. Turkey legs is ham. The world is a lie. Everything we ever knew was a lie, guys. I was watching a TikTok. This girl said they was at the fair. They got turkey legs.
This is Exhibit A as to why I get so depressed when they say that a certain contingent of the population, that their primary news source is TikTok. I'm like, either the word news doesn't mean anything anymore, or I think people are leaning into it. She's having some fun, right? Turkey leg. Now, I don't know that turkey legs is ham. I always thought that ham was ham. Mostly ham. Maybe she thinks that turkey legs are mostly ham.
The turkey legs tasted like ham. So they went back to the dude and was like, hey, why does this turkey leg taste like ham? He was like, it is ham. We just call them turkey legs. What do you want us to say? Pig leg? Mind blown.
So she's using as her source a guy at the fair who said, we call ham legs turkey legs, that they're cured and smoked in the same way as a ham. And I guess she's taking that and running with it. Do turkey legs at the fair taste like ham? Now, I've never had a turkey leg at a fair.
Neither have I. I eat a lot of fair food, and a turkey leg is not one of my go-tos.
Well, I was going to say, if I'm going to eat fair food, it's going to be fries, or it's going to be, what would I eat?
Gyro?
Huh?
Gyro, gyro, whatever you
No. Gyro, no.
Walking taco?
Funnel cake.
say. Corn dog?
Corn dog.
Corn dog.
Corn dog. Perfect.
I think a turkey leg is a wildly overrated food. Like, because they got crazy tendons in them.
Yeah, I've never
and
eaten.
the meat's not, like, it's dark meat, which I don't mind dark meat, but it's I don't know. Every time I've gotten a turkey leg at a fair or a, event like that, I've been pretty disappointed in it.
When I was a kid, I loved dark meat at Thanksgiving, and now I can't stand it.
I've never liked it.
I don't know why I did. I know why I don't now. I have no idea why I did when I was a kid, but I
really
love it.
greasy and slimy. Yeah, like especially the turkey leg.
My ex's mom liked dark meat better than anything else. So anytime we had chicken at their house, it was always dark meat. So they'd make chicken thighs a lot. Any cuts of chicken was always dark meat. And I wouldn't really eat a lot of it. And you'd be like, won't you eat foods, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't like dark meat. And you guys don't make more than one choice because she likes dark meat. So I had a real big
I
issue
bet Michael
with
in
her.
New York would have liked to have pressed you about that.
Okay.
Turkey legs is ham. Turkey legs is ham. The world is a lie. Everything we ever knew was a lie, guys. I was
This
watching
guy
a
at the
TikTok.
fair said every year we have people who say, these are ham, and I have to tell them these aren't ham. And we've had to pull out the boxes we get them in and show people that it says turkey legs. Hey, Allie.
Hi.
Hi.
So I work at a butcher shop, and if there's smoke,
Oh,
they will
good
taste
for
like
you.
ham.
Yeah.
So yeah, but turkey legs do not come from a hog. They come from a turkey.
They come from a turkey. Right. Well, this woman's mind was blown because one guy at a fair who was probably trolling her said, yeah, it's ham. We just call them turkey legs. I don't know why anybody would do that. But do you get a lot of, if you're working at a butcher shop around Thanksgiving time, Allie, do you get any requests for dark meat?
Yes,
You do.
especially the legs. Yes,
Yeah.
because legs are really good in like greens, like collard greens and
Yup.
stuff. And
Maybe that's why I had dark meat, because my dad was always making, he made a lot of soul food. My dad's from the Deep South, and so we ate a lot of soul food when I was a kid. Maybe that's what it was. I lost Allie, but thank you, Allie. Maybe when we were eating greens and cornbread and all that kind of stuff, maybe that's where the dark meat came in. Maybe I developed an affinity for it then. But the legs are turkey. And Grandma here will tell you more about
My
it.
name is Grandma, and I like all kinds of meat. Well, I like chicken. Chicken is finger licking. I like ham. I like ham. Hot damn. I like pork. Well, I guess people do from New York like pork. And I like beef. Oh, me. I like beef. And I like bacon. Ooh, the world is shaking. 'Cause I like my bacon. And I like turkey. I like turkey. Oh, it makes me feel perky.
It's starting to get a stomach ache listening to that thing. Ryan says the best fair food is stromboli. Those are pretty good. I mean, if you like, not everybody's into.
I don't think I've ever had stromboli at the fair.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. That's more of a Philly thing, but dark meat is the only meat this person says, chicken, turkey, and especially duck. I like duck.
I don't like duck.
It's greasy.
It's very greasy.
Yeah.
I don't like it when meat feels like meat that you consume in your mouth, so you can't get a sound clip from this. I don't like it when consumable meat that you get from an animal feels greasy. I don't
Consumable meat in your mouth.
like mm-hmm.
All right. All right. Let me take a break here. I want to send a text, 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there, and we'll be back.
I was born John Michael Osborne, December 3rd, 1948.
From humble beginnings
Birmingham, England.
to rock's most prolific madman.
Osborne was arrested for urinating on the Alamo.
Biting the heads off of bats.
And this weekend, the Buzzard honors the Prince of Darkness.
I'm the Prince of darkness.
Ozzy motherfucking Osbourne.
Let's go.
Now forever enshrined as a solo artist in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Starting Friday morning at 10. Listen at the top of the hour. All Hall of Fame weekend. We'll play 2 from every Ozzy solo album on 100.7.
WMMS, the home of the buzzard.
GreatAir.com.
Connection, opportunity, possibility. It's what we all want. Spectrum has built a world where anything is possible, with products and services designed to work better together for a seamless connectivity experience. A connection to family and friends, a connection to education, and a connection to new opportunities. So there's no limit to how big we can dream. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Just how liberal could Sherrod Brown be? What are his actual votes?
Well, he backed bills to allow transgender biological males to compete in girls' sports and let transgender biological men into girls' locker rooms and girls' bathrooms.
Very liberal.
Brown supported allowing children to receive puberty blockers and even sex change surgery.
Super liberal.
And worse, Brown even voted to allow late-term partial birth abortions, a procedure where the baby is partially delivered alive. That's right. Brown's votes for partial birth abortion are in the congressional record. And Sherrod Brown voted to allow this terrible procedure not once, not twice, but 6 different times over 8 years.
That's radical liberal.
Sherrod Brown has let us down. He's just way too liberal for Ohio.
Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.senateleadershipfund.org.
In celebration of Conrad's 55th anniversary, bundle and save and get up to $325 off for select Goodyear tires.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Proud partner of the Cleveland Guardians.
Terrace works his way into the paint, and Mobley picked his pocket. Ahead to Okoro, 2-on-1. Bounce to Mitchell. Powell in 2 hands.
Get ready to pack Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse for the Cleveland Cavaliers opening night presented by Rocket Mortgage. The Cavaliers take on the Detroit Pistons to kick off the 2024-25 season on Friday, October 25th. All fans in attendance will receive a Cavs t-shirt presented by Cleveland Clinic. Make sure to secure your spot at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse now by visiting Cavs.com/tickets.
Hey, it's Rover for Universal Windows Direct. Fall is here. It's the perfect time to replace those old, drafty windows before winter sets in. Universal Windows Direct backs up their windows with a true lifetime warranty. That means as long as you own your home and 20 years to the next homeowner. And for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. That means buy 2, get 2. Buy 4, get 4, no limit. And 0% financing for 60 months. Call Universal Windows Direct, 216-243-6640.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Cavaliers basketball tonight on the Buzzard. Preseason, but hey, man, basketball. You had me at basketball. They're in Detroit, play the Pistons, who were terrible last season. We'll see what they do this year. Detroit Pistons at the Little Caesars Arena tonight, downtown Motor City. Cavs Pistons, 7 o'clock tip-off on the Buzzard and on the iHeart Radio app. Pre-game at 6:30. If you listen to us on the app, tell me where you do it. Zach listens in New Orleans. Ashlyn is in Delanco, New Jersey. Laura is in Troutdale, Oregon. Josh is a bureau chief in Tulsa. Aaron is in Nashville. Who was that?
That was me.
And Tracy listens in Alexandria, Virginia. Alan, at the Tulsa Fair last week, this is Ben in Tulsa. The Tulsa Fair last week, I had Flaming Hot Cheetos Pickle Pizza.
Okay.
All right, sir. Alan, if you don't like grease from duck, try wild duck. I'm a duck hunter. And all the duck you buy from the store, farm-raised ducks. They make them really fat because they take the liver and sell it as foie gras. I remember when I first moved back home, 2006, they had just passed the foie gras ban in the city of Chicago. And I don't know if it's since been rescinded. It was a long time ago. But it was a big, big deal that there was this foie gras ban because there were all of these high-end restaurants. And this is a delicacy. I've never had it. But people loved it and swore by it, and they were I mean, it was absolutely, the domain of the 1%. But boy, when those people get their hackles up, who knows what's going to happen? And those turkey legs only taste like ham because they're cured and smoked like ham. That's why they taste like. Yeah, again,
that's what I figured.
I've never had a turkey leg, so I don't spend a lot of time at Renaissance fairs. But I'm not opposed to trying it. I just haven't. There's a woman overseas who sued her company. Now, again, you want to talk about a Karen. This is a woman, it sounds by all accounts, to be a real pain in the ass. But she filed a lawsuit. Hold that thought. Pardon me. She filed a lawsuit against her company because she didn't get a farewell card when she left her company. She filed other complaints in the form of said that she had been sexually harassed, said that she'd been victimized by her company. Every office, every place of business, there's always going to be one person like this. It's not always a woman, obviously. Sometimes it's a guy. One person who is constantly aggrieved at something. And nobody likes hanging out with them, and that just perpetuates that cycle. And then they feel even more aggrieved. But it's like, you're just a downer, man. This woman lost her case because it turns out they did have a card for her, but so few people signed it that they said they felt bad if they were going to give it to her.
Oh, no.
That's kind of hilarious.
Her name is Karen. A woman named Karen Conahan claimed that her company failed to acknowledge her existence. She worked for a company owned by British Airways. And she said that it was a breach of equality law. Again, this is in the UK. And she complained, she's like, all these other people, when they left, they got these farewell cards. And the people in her office who were called to testify in this case said that we did, in fact, buy a card for her. But so few people signed it, we thought that it would have been more insulting to give her the card than to give her no card. She had just been laid off during a restructuring, which, if you're one of those people in the office, you are sure as hell going to get scooped up in whatever the restructuring is. She brought 40 complaints against the company. She'd only worked there for about 3 years, and her coworkers said she had a conspiracy theory mentality. She often mistook normal workplace interactions for harassment. Now, at the risk of, I'm not even going to say at the risk of, I'm going to make a really sexist comment, Mary.
Can't wait.
I bet this woman's not that hot.
Oh, interesting.
Right? I bet she's not that hot.
Either she's not that hot or she's super hot.
Like way too hot.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
She's mad that people aren't paying attention to her. She's just, some people, they're just loads. You know, they just are. And you feel bad. I do. I feel bad for people like that. They have no social skills at all. I always think of that phrase, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. It's all within the prism of everybody's out to get you. She had suggested to one of her coworkers that she had done all of the hard work on a project, and it was his turn to do some. And they were like, "Are you kidding me?" And so she filed a number of lawsuits against her company, lost all of them. But the real hook here was the card, which they said, "Oh, we got her a card." But when we passed it around in an office of 40 people, about 3 people signed it. And
didn't they just fake it, like write other people's names and stuff?
I mean, if you know, when we worked in an office that consistently had a lot of people, right? Pre-COVID, when we were at Oak Tree, and it was everybody was in every day. Sales, programming, promotions. People weren't work from home wasn't even a thing. And invariably, it was when we had receptionists.
Yep.
We had a lobby and a front desk and receptionists that worked there. We had Linda and Jamie and other people who were the other receptionists.
I don't remember.
We had Linda who
Linda and Jamie.
Yeah, and Jamie.
There's people before that, but that was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. And
because even for years before the pandemic, we got rid of the receptionist.
Kind of.
Yeah.
We had an Asian girl that worked up front who was really nice. But I don't know that she was there for that long. But anyway, it doesn't matter. When you were in that kind of environment, invariably there would be a card going around. Hey, it's so-and-so's birthday. You want to sign this card? And depending on who the person is, if a card had been given to me, I'd sign it. I'd go, hey, have a great day. Whatever, right? It's no skin off my ass. But not everybody's like that. They're like, what am I going to sign for this woman? She's a consistent pain in the ass. You know, she's not trying to get along with us. Why are we pretending to do this? But to consider it a form of harassment that you didn't get a farewell card. That's somebody looking, like I said, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That's somebody looking for a reason to get pissed off. Because anybody else would be like, I'm out. I'll figure it out. On to greener pastures, hopefully.
I guess I don't understand. If people already don't like you, why are you causing a stink?
Because you're still getting right, but it's just a way to continue to at least get attention. They don't care if these. Usually, it's someone that has some sort of disorder where, whether it's good or bad, they just want the attention. So as long as people are paying attention to them, they can engage.
I guess I'm widely disliked by our audience, but that's okay. But like in real life, I've talked on here about being humbled in New York, that people who I thought were my friends are not. So I don't talk to them anymore.
Names.
No. You already know the names.
I know, but I don't want to say it on the air.
So
it'll be a good clip.
I guess I can't understand why you would keep. This makes no sense to me at all. It's like, if they didn't get you the card, let it go.
Yeah, but I think you're talking from the perspective of somebody who might have a handful of people who, listen, we all have people who don't like us, whatever, but we also have a contingent of people that really do like us. We have friends or acquaintances or whatever. This sounds like a person where nobody wants to hang out with them. They can't turn in a direction where they have a sympathetic figure.
But you can't force people to like you.
Right.
That makes you more
We'll see about that.
Right. Bernie Moreno's trying, failing. No, but you're right. You can't do that, but that just makes certain people push harder.
It's like, I'm going to tattle if you don't like me. And it's like, that's
Right.
not going to make me like you.
I'm telling.
We've had to have this conversation with Brian's daughter before, where it's like, hey, man, knock it off. If the kids don't want to play with you, don't go run and tattle on them.
Oh, she's doing that?
She was. She's not doing it anymore.
Yeah.
When she first started school, because she was an only child for a long time.
Yep.
So it was really her first interaction. You know, she played with other kids, but not, every day and stuff like that. So she was having trouble if she felt left out. She would try to make them play with her, and then the kids would double down, and then she would tattle. And then it's like, we tried to explain to her, it's just so much worse. If you get someone else involved, like, make them play with me,
Right. Right.
That's what this feels like.
Little kids really got jammed up during COVID, too.
That she was born in 2016.
Yeah, same with my daughter, yeah.
Yeah, when COVID happened, she was 4,
Yep.
and so she should have been starting preschool, kindergarten around there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like those kids, that generation of kids, they didn't not wear a mask.
Yeah.
For like the first, you know what I mean? It was weird when they went to school, started going to school and no mask.
Yeah.
Alan, my friend, said that her husband's workplace had a going away party for him and no one showed up.
Oh.
I mean, that does suck, but you're leaving. It's your going away party. If no one showed up, you get to leave sooner. You know?
But were there like balloons and stuff, or was it just like meet at this bar after work?
Yeah, it was probably that. You know, it's like Office Space when Milton's trying to get a piece of cake, and they have a big old sheet cake, pass it down. Now, I know it's for the joke in the movie, but logistically, that woman who ends up with the last piece should have passed it to Milton.
Yeah.
I mean, the conceit of that, of course, is for him to get no cake. But if you're following the rules, and she was chastising him repeatedly, she should have passed him. Yes, she should have passed him the last piece of cake. Al and I work with a woman just like that. She's loathsome, and if she dropped dead at work, we would line up to spit on her fresh corpse.
Jeez.
You got to Haktua and spit on that thing.
Woof.
Spit on that dead lady. Hey, Raphael.
Ooh. Hey, hello?
Hello?
Wait for it. What's going on?
Hey, how are you doing?
What can I do for you?
Nothing much, man. I just wanted to talk about, a toxic work experience of mine.
What line of work were you in?
Yeah, I was in the oil. Oil.
And?
Yeah, I had some toxic employees. I just wanted to talk about it,
Okay, thank you, Raphael. Hey, Jerry.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, on the card, that farewell card, why didn't they all sign it says, thank God you're leaving, farewell? I mean, why didn't they sign it? I would have signed it.
Thank God you're leaving. I think a lot of people, by the way, they don't want somebody coming back and trying to murder everyone. A person like this, like you're treating them with kid gloves. I know it's largely guys who come back and spray the place, but, you get a bug up your ass, and this lady's coming back. She's slashing people's tires. Like, I don't know. You can't plan for every contingency, but I don't know if thank God you're leaving was the way to go, Jerry.
I think so.
Right.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
thanks.
There you go.
Alan, I just think
if you are one of Jerry's coworkers, then keep your eyes peeled. What's that?
I just texted you some breaking news.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I do love breaking news.
This is a crazy one.
Okay. Hold on. I don't know who that guy is.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
You don't know who this is?
Well, no, but this will be a big deal to a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
Former One Direction member Liam Payne has died in Buenos Aires at the age of 31. He fell from the third floor of a hotel.
Off his balcony.
Oh, that's intense.
Dang.
Shortly after 5 p.m. today. Emergency services erected a red tent around the body. Wow. Okay, so that's a big deal then for people who are like One Direction fans.
They were huge, dude.
Yeah.
And he's only 31.
So he's the one who is not Harry Styles.
Correct.
He's not
Zayn.
He's not. Those are the only two I know.
It was Liam Payne. I mean, he was
Liam Payne.
That's
okay.
crazy.
Yeah, no, listen, that's.
And like the way he died is crazy.
You think he was drunk?
Probably.
Or jumped?
Oof.
Of the guys, I guess Liam Payne. I mean, Niall Horan, Zayn, Harry Styles, they've all
Niall Horan, I've heard that name.
They've all had pretty good careers.
Yeah. But I wonder why they put a copy of the Red Tent next to him. Anyone? Listen, I think that, so if you're a One Direction fan, that's a band that's been broken up for a number of years, though, right? They've all gone on to solo careers, pretty successful solo careers. Did he have one of those?
I think he had one.
Strip that down. Ooh, strip that down. You know.
Okay. Was that a hit?
Had one. Yeah, it was a hit.
Liam
I didn't
Payne.
do it justice. It's kind of like
he's got a bunch of songs in here. What's it called?
Strip That Down.
Strip That Down. All right, he's got a bunch of songs. They're all collabs, him and somebody else. But...
I like this song a lot. Quavo.
Oh, from whatchamacallit?
Migos.
Yeah.
From Jose.
Quavo from Migos?
Yeah.
You know I've been taking some time and I've been keeping to myself. I had my eyes upon the.
Who was the other guy? Offset? Who was the other guy in Migos?
Offset's one of them.
Yeah.
Migos.
That's Cardi B's dude?
Yeah. Quavo, and I can't remember the third one.
Take
All right.
Off.
Take Off.
I've off, eh?
Hey, to the Great White North.
Yeah,
I've never heard of.
That chorus goes, strip that down. It's
I've never heard Liam Payne's music. But, okay, so there you go. 31. Fell off a balcony in Argentina. Is that where Buenos Aires is?
Yes.
Argentina? 31-year-old shot to fame in 2010 on X Factor with former bandmates Niall Horan, Zayn Malik, Harry Styles, and Lewis Tomlinson. That's the name I was trying to think of. I was thinking Lewis Hamilton, but I think he's an F1 driver, right?
I don't know.
They auditioned separately. So this was another band that was manufactured. They were all trying to get big on this. I think X Factor is like the Simon Cowell thing over there.
I think this was like Simon Cowell's.
They put them all together. Yeah.
Like making the band. That was Diddy.
There you go. Whatever happened to Diddy? You don't hear about him anymore.
He just kind of fell off.
I mean, Danny Kane, obviously they are massive. But you don't ever hear about Diddy anymore. Huh. Hey, Brad.
Hey, Alan, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Mary was just saying something about the Liam from One Direction. Maybe he was pushed.
Yeah.
Off
I
the
said
belt,
maybe
you know,
he
where
was
he
drunk or jumped.
Drunk or jumped.
Drunk.
Yeah.
It could be. Yeah, it could be like Roger Predactor from Ace Ventura. He did not fall. He was pushed.
Right. This is soundproof double pane glass. There's no way the Roger. There's no way that
we were sure the door was closed.
Yeah, there's no way that Roger Predactor could have heard him scream on the way down.
Captain Winky.
Right.
Awesome. All right. Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you, Brad. I appreciate it. Roger Predactor. Wow. There's a deep dive. Tone Loc in that movie too.
Yeah.
Just saw him in Heat. Speaking of Heat, thank you to Danny Trejo for being on the show today. His new film is called Gracie and something. It's a cartoon, kids movie. It's out this weekend. And then he has a horror comedy that's streaming. He's a busy dude. He's 80 and he's still doing stuff called Seven Cemeteries. You can hear the entire thing on the iHeartRadio app. What do you have coming up, William?
This Saturday, I'm going to be headlining the Canton Comedy Boom down there at the Patina Art Center in Canton. You get tickets at BillSquire.com, and you can see all my other dates coming up at BillSquire.com.
Mary Santora.
I will be at the Funny Stop Comedy Club this Friday and Saturday, just 48 hours from now. We got 2 shows each night, so come on out. We're going to have a lot of fun. 7:30 and 9:30. You get tickets at FunnyStop.com.
All right, cool. The show available for you in its entirety soon on the iHeartRadio app or wherever your podcasts generate. You can listen to it there. You can leave messages if you listen on the app. Talkback button is there. If you want to drop voicemails, do that. 216-986-8903. And the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel if you prefer to watch the show. You can do it there. Short show tomorrow. Got Guardians starting up at 4:30, so we'll be live from 2 to then. And Cavs pregame is next, minutes away. 7 o'clock tip-off. They are in Detroit tonight to play the Pistons. And I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say.